The man sees a wasteland around him and realizes that he has died. Without much abilities or gift, he has lived in the last 15 years in tireless work, just to find a piece of bread and not starve. All these efforts, after all, were in vain. Life was cut short under the wheels of the truck, as soon as he was 30. Someone turns to Mr. Trzynka. Opening his eyes, the man thinks in surprise who can be. Before him is a girl who calls him that name, but in his thoughts he denies, because his real name is different. Tears shouted in the eyes of the girl. She is overwhelmed by the happiness that Mr. Jinky has finally come to her senses. She reported that the guy unexpectedly fainted right before His Majesty. She cries because she was too worried. Her heart breaks from pain. His Majesty released the escort and ordered the sending of Mr. Trzynka from the country. The man asked the girl not to rush. All this confusion with the story of Trzynka has faced him from the Pantalik. First of all, he wanted the girl to explain who he is and where he is now. She was struck by these words, and she immediately promised to call a doctor. His name is Jink Nonland. It is the 14-year heir to the title of Duke of Nonland. From his childhood, he travels in a mail that actually accompanies His Majesty to the kingdom of Roussel. His Majesty ordered that the guy did not dare to appear in front of him. The genus of Nonland has long been known as elite speakers, but Jinkies have been a dishonesty in the possession of the social tsuzu, and began to behave boldly because of its failures. Not surprisingly, His Majesty did not endure this man. Be that as it may, he experienced a new birth in the boy's body. Why it happened, it remained a mystery to him, but the whole story of Ginkuro was brightly etched in consciousness. Now all the memories and experience of the past life live in it. A man recalls that he has already had similar books. Gradually, he is convinced. Rebirth in another world is not a fiction, but a true reality. All these memories now settled in my mind. The maid is surprised that the boy has suddenly fallen, and Mr. Jink is behaving unusually restrained today. At the same time, the character of Dzinkuro remains extremely bright and dominant. Suddenly, like an arrow, he was given the thought of possible deportation. The guy immediately turned to Elsa, hoping to find out what decision His Majesty made. The girl said that after His Royal Majesty released the honor, the boy was ordered to leave the kingdom. It has been approved that Esther would be an heir. The young man was also deprived of the noble title. His Majesty ordered Jack to leave the kingdom for a month. She apologizes in tears, sincerely regretting for the committed. At that moment, the young man stood confused, fully immersed in his alarming thoughts. Old Janka was well aware that he was waiting. Outside the capital, you can encounter a monster, and for the majority it is tantamount to a sentence to death. Despite the fact that a man got a second chance, almost nothing has changed in his world. Having realized all the futility of his existence, he turned to the maid. The young man confessed that he should dress, and it surprised her. Sobbing, Elsa promised to help him. Along with her, he noticed a table filled with some game characteristics, as if they had emerged from the game itself. The guy stunned so much that he had a cold sweat on his forehead. The young man wondered what it was. The girl was embarrassed, deciding that something got on her face, but the guy hurried to reassure. It was just a ghost of his imagination. It turned out that the wonder was visible only to him. Turning away from the nanny, the boy rubbed his eyes even harder, deciding that he was simply seen. Elsa immediately pacified. His behavior seemed strange to her. He sees everything to the smallest details. Elsa, maid. No special talents, or not. Her ability is to wash dishes, to wash, to cook and care for children. The man knows all this well. This, in this world, happens infrequently. He is the owner of the demonic eye. Waving his hand, the guy sought to emphasize his peculiarities. He tried to better see the environment better. This skill will be indispensable for the young man, and he will turn to her again. Interestingly, in the world of games, you do not even need to make much effort. He was here from the first step of the 9th level. The initial stage is Soot. All qualities are determined by categories from A to C. Ability, physical strength, insight, courtesy. One of the bonuses is the repository. The list of skills is quite considerable. Fencing, the level of S Sojuetsu, level S. All concerning weapons, Kane has at the level of F physical force and martial arts, the level of A magic of fire and air, V magic of water, S magic of air, A alchemy, the level of A treatment. S assessment allows to see characteristics. In addition, Kane has a perfect fascination, the level S. The guy in despair pretends that such just can't be. He is convinced that only 3 have this ability in the world. Elsa watches him confusedly, trying to understand what is happening to him. He apologized to her, confessing that he had completely forgotten her. There will be 4 more people with him. Due to their ability, the young man will be able to strengthen different objects. The younger brother Esther came into the room. He held money and spear in his hands to help. Esther is one of the few in this house who knows perfectly on dressing. The young man thanked his brother, though he is unlikely to ever use the spear. Jink appealed to me to buy something. The local shopkeepers turned away from him after he lost his noble title, and now they will not trade with him. Dink asks Esther to spend this money and buy everything you need for him. Subsequently, he promises to pass a detailed list of purchases to his brother. The next day, the younger brother carefully collected all the things from the list. The reincarnated man watched a lot of servants around him. Esther worried that her older brother would be difficult to handle herself, but Jax promised to share the secret only after all things had been brought. He tells Esther a light wave that he is going to leave this country. He was not destined to go on the road with someone. His father expelled him, and now the guy goes lonely. Jack shows me your unique gift of storing things. He immediately asks me to keep it secret, though he had just learned of this ability. Esther is delighted. He does not suffer to look inside. Jink allows, but warns to be careful. The storage was incredibly capacious. Looking at the characteristics of his brother, he saw that he has a similar ability. However, the brother himself has no idea. But Esther has no ability to evaluate. Jake asked his brother to give him a small bottle of blood. This is necessary to conclude a contract. Esther did not deny, because Jake was important to him, and he agreed to fulfill his request. The young man asked the boy to hold him in the gun of the adventure to register there. The younger brother, without hesitation, fulfills any request. Walking through the street, Esther asks not to pay attention to the rumors around. But for Gin is an indifferent thing. He understands everything, but he does not like it at all. However, he also realizes that you do not do anything. The consequences of the inadvertent actions of the low aristocrats have become obvious. True Yan had considerable power and treated the common people cruelly. Elsa's nanny took care of him, so her feelings were clear. However, a man is amazed. Why would Esther so long for his brother, even if he devoted all himself to other memories from childhood? It remains incomprehensible. They reach the Adventure Guild. The employee asks to drip a few drops of blood on a guild card, and then the young man will become a search engine of the initial adventure, Ji-Rang. In conclusion, she suggested that he get acquainted with a brief characteristic of the guild. Jink agreed, though he said that there are too many unnecessary formalities here. The employee, moving at impressive speed, explains that adventurers can get ranks from S to SS. Initially, everyone receives a rank G. If you move away from the guild affairs for about a month, the number of points earned will decrease markedly. The evening rained outside. The young man felt the need to fly, and decided to train with the sword until the dinner. If you turn to statistics, fencing is valued higher than the possession of the spear. Dink notes that if he had to find out his characteristics earlier, his fate would be quite different. With these words, he waves with a sword, and in one blow it breaks the stuffed in half. The reborn man enthusiastically examines the young body of a 14-year-old boy. Suddenly, the idea of preparing for Esther is a special gift for goodbye. The young man has the art of alchemy and charm. In the evening, he decided to immerse himself in the study of magic. For the sake of Esther, he seeks to show himself on the best. Nonland's estate. The head of the family, Gordon Nonland, turns to his son, reminding, "This is his last dinner in his home, and in the morning the guy will go on a journey." The father touched the theme of fencing, but suddenly cut off the conversation. The young man decided to go back to his room to focus on the future. Dink carefully checks the characteristics of the equipment. Everything must correspond to its current level. Now his abilities have reached the 3rd stage. Here, with this equipment, his physical strength jumps not to 25, but up to 52 points. The guy wondered how effective it would be. Another moment, he enthusiastically spoke about how interesting it would be tomorrow, but unexpectedly felt the forces leave him. He sharply opened a bottle with semolina to nourish the strength. This ability is useful and exhausting to the edge. There is only one gift for Esther. The young man was thinking about what to surprise his brother, because he had already sold all the household things. He carefully examines the spear gifted by his grandfather. It is made of mithril, rare and valuable metal. For this spear, They once gave out the ingot of gold and used materials purchased for additional funds for the hand. At the western gate of the royal capital, Ruth Esther turns to his brother. Then he will have to go himself. By reaching out the card with the card, Jack says that this gift wants to thank all the support provided. He asks Esther to leave a little blood in the car and open the box only when Dink is abroad. He ordered his younger brother to do everything exactly as he was intended. Jink moved to the exit, said goodbye. In the eyes of Elsa and Esther's nanny tears, they begged him to be careful. It is here for him that everything starts. First of all, he needs to go to the border. 2 days of gate, and he is already in the postal city of Rio. Then the path will run through the territory of Barrage, and then through the land of Mobic. All this will take 4 days of the journey. Usually the young man would have to spend the night somewhere on Rio, but now it has become too risky alone. Leaning, he wondered how far he could move, relying on his own strength and magic. Stepping forward, the young man was surprised at his own speed. She was even better than he imagined. It seems that by the end of the day he will definitely manage to get to his destination. In an hour, Jax finally stopped. Although he was racing without rest, he did not feel a drop of fatigue. All this is thanks to charming skills. Before his eyes, a cruel picture appeared. The bodies of humans and animals were lying everywhere. He became ill from what he saw. Goblins jumped behind him. Most likely these unhappy people were no longer able to escape. Skillfully evading monster attacks, he skillfully protects himself. Their physical strength reaches the 8th level. If the young man at least lost his care for a moment, he would certainly be defeated. His body breaks into motion before the thought has time to appear in his head. All this is due to magic. Under the shade of an old tree, a young man rests after the battle. He dealt with a whole flock of goblins on his own. Well, he decided to approach the rise in level with the mind. He was sent out of a declined country. The guy considers it a real luck. It is because of his abilities that he will be able to fulfill a cherished dream. Jin is subtly captivating the smell of human and monster blood. This is a common matter in this world. Touching his heart, he whispers quietly, "Let their souls find peace." In this world, marauding after the monster's attack is not considered a crime. Even if you do not take the prey, other monsters will still appear and take everything left in your hands. If you bring a family relic to guild found in the dead man, you will receive not only a reward, but also a sincere gratitude from the relatives of the deceased. Jack wants to leave this country as soon as possible. He should also get used to the dismemberment of the monsters, the one who does not become the prey at the end. To confirm Goblin's murder, you need to extract a magic stone from his ear and heart. This is a kind of proof for a guild that can be rewarded. Familiarity with a variety of monsters causes fear. When traveling to the post office Rio, you can come across both goblins and kobolds. But for Ginka, this is not a problem. The next morning, the young man revises his characteristics. The level increased. It cannot improve the advanced weapon for the second time. That is why the guy took a lot of spare equipment in advance. He took advantage of magic, raising the level of the sword to the 8th. Another 8 points were added to the sword. I left the old sword just in case, having passed an hour. The forest extends east of the Mobica's possessions. Travelers settled for a break on a small lawn. It is not possible to get to the city. You will have to spend the night here, among the silence and whispering of trees. Just as the man began to drink the potion, a desperate cry for help came nearby. These were the same guys who begged to save their friend who was at death. He swears, but one of the guys from the other detachment notes that the potion is too expensive. The young man watches closely for the conversation without saying a word. Guinea approached the guy and reported that he could give him a potion. Judging by statistics, these people are not bad. In addition, the young man does not want to witness someone's death. He reached for them a mysterious potion. Chink, without significant injuries, did not taste it. So he did not know if it really helps. The wounded guy stood up unexpectedly, and his friend, full of excitement, immediately rushed to him into a hug. Going to the young man, he sincerely thanks for the support provided. The boy is Alexander, but everyone turns to him briefly. Alec. He heads their team, which has a C class, and is known under the name. Alec stretches a purse with money, explaining that it is all that they have left. He insists. He wants to pay for the potion. The young man first asks to tell what happened to them. It turned out that their detachment faced a failure. They fell on the way of the red OGR class A. Standing on his knees, Alex calls the duckle with his savior. He promises to thank at any cost, even if he has nothing. Alex states that he is ready to become a servant of a young man. One bottle of elixir costs 5 gold coins. In terms of Japanese, it is as many as 5 million. In this world, it is permissible to keep a servant tree, and Jack can even understand the causes of this tradition. However, to conquer an elderly man as a servant, it already looks too much. As soon as the young man ordered the boy to get up, a creepy roar came around. Then a whole crowd of warming was shouted, which heard the smell of his blood. The monsters belong to the rank D, and their physical power corresponds to the 29th level. Although they are numerous, it does not pose any threat to Detizin. Someone complains that after the invasion of Red Cucumber, beautiful swords in the city are no longer left. The young man sought to hide it from everyone until he left the country. Opening the storage, he gives out the best swords to all partners who took on a journey. The detachment is delighted and surprised to be reviewed, but it still accepts this generous gift. Gink one by one destroys monsters. People understand. Orcs, opponents of level D, but the guy deal with them with stunning ease. Inspired by his force, others also rush into battle. The young man decides that he should destroy as many monsters as possible to gain more experience. He does not think to concede to other adventure seekers. The chief organizational general finally joins the fight. Its rank is B, endurance or canes is 40, and physical strength is estimated at 68 points. While the boys are fighting with the horde, Jinky dares himself to attack the orc general. Alex shouts his name trying to stop. The guy tries to strike a significant blow, but the monster easily throws him away. Magic is also powerless. Chink begins to think that he hastened to call the abuser on his own. The red orca suddenly pierces the sword of Alec. He distracts the enemy with a decisive and unexpected blow to the back. It was a fluttering moment in the fight. The young man cleverly jumped on his back monster and plunged the sword directly into his head to finally end the monster. As the general was left without head, the orcs rushed in a hurry. Alex, struck by the skill of the Dit, enthusiastically notes that he is an extraordinary fighter and no doubt holds a high position. Ginka introduced himself to a newcomer Ji-Rang. The leader helped him to win the bond. Alexander asked to leave the award to himself, but the young man suggested to share the obtained. People around the guy's name. Rumors have already reached this place. Everyone understood. The young man was driven out of the royal family of a non-core country. He confesses to everyone who is an exile from the non-land family. However, despite these words, the young man has long ceased to be an aristocrat. There is already a whisper behind. People note that the guy was not at all as rumors told about him. They say that he was this evaporative son of Dora. Jake asked Alec with further plans. According to their plan, after completing the task in the Supreme Court, they will go to the royal capital. But first, they will be visited to Mobitsburg. After worshipping the boy, Alex solemnly states that he is now a servant of Jinka and is ready to follow him anywhere. The young man in response asks not to simplify everything to such an extent. The leader exclaims that he cannot thank differently. Jinka confesses that he was also about to go to Mobitsburg, so he asks for permission to join their detachment. The young man is going to ask them to pass some Esther non-land. After that, their servicing contract will end, and that is how he will gain the first traveler's experience. Alexander, stunned by the order of Drsenga, rushed to him and hugged firmly. Alec, without holding back tears, exclaims that Drasing is a real man. At the same time, he jokingly emphasizes, from the leader, he is good at sweat. He released the unhappy boy who is not suffocated, and now he rejoices in it. At this point, a mysterious observer is observed. Man, boyfriend and elf. The girl notes that the guy is quite unusual, but men are just watching silently. On their way, there was an orc that had to deal with. Now the characters go to the remote town of Mobikburg. It is a forest of goblins. In vain that the name is, the orcs here are not looking for. In fact, there is nothing extraordinary in this forest. The arrows stretched into the ground before the detachment, like a warning. Above them were brazen goblins. It is ready to let the arrows from the bows. Jink quit the order to destroy the enemies and break through. The young man rapidly rushed into the goblins. The detachment immediately supported his pressure. Jink believed that they were wasting their strength, and maybe not. It may be just a way for them to gain experience and earn some coins. After the battle with the monsters, the whole team tiredly sat down on the ground. The guy, on the contrary, looks great to be energetic and cheerful. They are stunned by how he does. At first glance, the guy seems even weaker than a detachment. But the young man writes everything to a natural gift. He enhances his own power with the help of magic, because this ability is his talent. The three, which were observed on the side, came closer. The girl, who is called Karen, heads their team of the Holy Flame. Next to her is a Bargrit who does not hide the admiration of the boy's abilities. Jax noticed that the third boy also has magical abilities. Their acquaintance took place during a friendly handshake. All their team consisted of boys with rank A. Vila had a great deal of weapon, and he immediately paid attention. The excitement of the young man increased his physical strength at 8 points. Meanwhile, the guy noticed that Jink had magical abilities. People around surprised learned that Nanlan's son was a real magician. Everyone is stunned because there are only rumors about the sorcerers, because they say that they are not there on this continent. We will invite the boy to discuss the possibility of selling his ability at a fair price. The trees have a certain condition for this. To begin with, the owner of the skill must sprinkle the enchanted object with his own blood, carefully following all the rules. At the same time, the thing should not be able to touch persons with a dubious past. Moreover, Jack now goes to the kingdom of Kol through Mobikberg. Until it leaves the boundaries of this country, it will not transfer its power to anyone. The guy explains that for this condition it is necessary to drink because he is an adventure seeker. They are sincerely pleased to meet a magician in their country. As for value, the boy has no idea what price to set because he has never encountered other magicians. So he proposes to Villa himself to voice his amount. Jack assured me that he possesses the magic of fencing, jutsu's military techniques, and great physical strength. In addition, he is able to use alchemy, evaluate different things, and has a small repository. HIV is delighted. The guy grabs the little one at the shoulders, hearing about his unique abilities. The young man considers such an overly enthusiastic friend simply unbearable. Detecting kindness, Jink used his magic and strengthened the equipment of rank fighters A. Now he seeks to hand over a map of 3 points to each of them. Spoken out of anger, the young man swallows a potion for men. It turns out that this is the 5th bottle he drinks this evening. Magic takes his last forces. They lubricated the card with blood, and everything worked. This card can only be used to master skills. If the genre reveals to them her hidden opportunities, the villa will promise him another award. Unlike skills, quality is difficult to distinguish and grasp, so the guy did not mention them. Some of them remain undisturbed or hidden together with talents, but if he is paid, the young man will gladly share information. He does not seek to help the stranger just so without having any idea of his motives. He was handed a bag filled with gold coins and ingots. Since then, many people have begun to envy the boy. Will be surprised. Does Jink, a real magician and moreover a remarkable figure that is constantly traveling the world. After that, the elite detachment of the Sacred Flame learns that the guy was expelled from the country. Karen in despair exclaims that this young man is not at all like a criminal. I liked how he stood up for his friend, strictly warning others so that he would not be dared to touch him. Dink stated that he was improper, but the accusation was unfounded. He did not recognize his extraordinary abilities. If the relatives learned about it, they would definitely try to take advantage of this for their own purposes. The guy could only trust a narrow circle of loved ones. So, Jink decided to go to the kingdom of Kokol. The detachment of the Sacred Flame will help him cross the border. Having decided not to waste time, they hurried forward, because Mobitsburg remained quite near. A large crowd of people went to the city. Travelers reached the kingdom of Colt, to the remote town of Mobikberg. No resident recognizes the guy. The money he won with magic will go to all these purchases. The seller is amazed. He did not expect that the young man would decide to buy everything. Ginka stocks in blacksmithing and potions, and then asked to make the best weapons and armor for him. On this, the merchant, with a smile calling the guy a real enthusiast, joked that he had not seen such passion today. He chose a spear among a variety of weapons, and asked him to give him a little smaller shell. The armor is made of red dragon skin, and the spear is simple, but reliable and durable. He was offered help with packaging of goods, but the guy politely refused. After all, he has the ability to store things on his own. This will be a gift for Esther. He understands that the thing is short-lived, so he uses magic to maximize its strength. The next morning, the outskirts of Mobitsburg. On the face of the Dutine, no crumbs of freshness, and it immediately rushes to the eye of his new friends. All last evening he was in the power of Zil, and it was not possible to say about the dream. His eyes did not close until dawn. Dink mentioned the quality assessment cards. He designed one for Alec, thanking him for his help with the departure of the gift. Meanwhile, magic has already reached the 12th level. The detachment of the Holy Flame, along with the young man, went to the border. The same day, in Nanlin's possessions, The subordinate carefully asks his lord whether he is too harsh in his actions. His Majesty replies that Nonland will become the heir to the house. The father wants the son to resort to this decision and let go of Gin. Jinx's younger brother was alone in a room with bare concrete walls and floor. His thoughts are now quite busy only by his older brother. Esther fell on the floor. The father turned to him, asking whether his son was engaged in any business in his absence. His Majesty is overflowing with anger and hopes that Esther will no longer allow such an act. The father punishes the boy so harsh that he is suffering from coughing. As the Jack leaves the house, Esther will not allow you to go outside for 50 days. He gave him the potion. The father ordered his subordinate to accompany his son and strictly reminded Esther that Dink was no longer a brother. The guy sits alone in the closed room, gently stroking the bird. His thoughts fly somewhere far away. He imagines how Jinka wanders alone in the forest thicket. Suddenly he rejects all doubts. He assures himself he believes in his older brother. Jink will certainly be able to get out alive. At this time, a detachment of the Holy Flame, along with Jinka, was running a fierce battle with monsters. The young man struggles desperately, seeking to help his brother. One by one, all sorts of monsters come in their way. Orcs and goblins are defeated at incredible speed. Karen deftly launches arrows from the bow, and the artisans deal with enemies with the help of air magic. The young man is delighted with their incredible abilities. Thanks to magic, he hopes to increase his own rank soon. The guy first decided to improve his fiery magic, though he did not have the idea how to ignite a real forest fire. At the same time, Jin wondered how to strengthen his own magical abilities. The closer to the borders, the more there are every unclean. It turns out that it is almost impossible to get there safely or low-rank traveler. Karen notes that it is unlikely that the adventure of sea to get such dangerous places. Traders who seek to cross the border usually hire a level B or professional escorts. Somewhere in the depths of the forest, moreover, settled Vidari. Sometimes you can meet a dragon near the road. Sometimes the employer even requires to catch it. Jink would not seek to come across the exterior now. The detachment assures that there is no reason to worry, because the border is already near. Finally, the boys got the border town of Colotite. It is said that no one has managed to survive after crossing this limit, so I wonder if they will face difficulties this time. Karen reassures, saying that it is not necessary to worry. They decide to help the guy. Bogart reminds that they have rank A, and Karen also has the status of Sss-Rank and comes from a noble family. Will reassures that there is indeed windows in this land, so everything is not so critical. Jink hopes that you do not have to resort to strength, and that all issues will be solved peacefully. Performing the review, Vikunt loudly announced that he was checking the common people and demanding to present documents. The fighter, having received the guy's certificate, was quite surprised. The young man explained that he had lost his status, and has now become an ordinary resident. He remained the same Jinka, unrelated to any law. Weiku detachment was destroyed by an explosion. From the reports it became known that the son of Nonland left the capital 5 days ago. His amazingly rapid appearance on the border caused suspicion. Karen approached the accountant and explained that they got here with a boat. Hearing this, the boy was ordered to leave and immediately disappeared from view. The warrior is angry with the girl, indignant at the fact that the simple mortal dare to talk to the knight. In response, she calmly demonstrates her certificate. It clearly states she is the adventurer of the highest, S-Rogue. Boldly flashing her eyes, she orders the knight to monitor her words and reminds that the rudeness is not welcome here. Jack is hastily trying to reassure her. Viscount apologized and hurriedly went to call someone from senior management. Will, keeping a close eye on the development of events, noted that he would talk to another. They approached the knights, immediately recognizing a detachment of sacred flames. He apologized for his subordinate. The man went to the kingdom Rosalt, where he joined the caravan and served him. He was embarrassed by the power of power. He tried to poison the head of the family, for which the guy was accused of attempted murder. The young man clearly did not fit into this environment. Will explained that together with his comrades accompanied this guy, realizing that he was about to evict him from the country. The head of the night guard notes that the young man appeared here quickly, and without stopping the speech, leads further. The guards accompanied him for 3 days, but at this time nothing suspicious happened. If you got here in 5 days, then you could. After a short pause, the man sighs heavily and admits that it is not easy for him to say it. But since Jink still got here, so everything is fine. He apologizes for taking time and assures that they will be more attentive. The team stands on the roof, looking at the city horizon. This is where the kingdom of Colt begins. He finally got here. The guy sincerely thanked Bogart, Wheela, and Karen. If it weren't for their help, he would have got into a real mess while checking the guards. Will wondered how the kingdom of Pink Salt reacts when he learns that he possesses magic. Maybe he will be tried to return to the Force. Or maybe they will be completely decided to kill. In any case, he will not be rest. But Will has one idea. He advises you first to increase your rank in the local Guild of Adventures. The young man is not officially employed, but his skills of the magician can be a significant advantage. The will states, thanks to such a rare gift, the guild is ready to guarantee protection. However, if the young man registers in Colt, he will lose the right to act in a grinder. Jack agreed, deciding to take care of his own safety in advance. He put his hand on the Bogart's shoulder and resolutely proclaimed that they were immediately heading to the guild. The young man appealed to Karen to help create a bracelet with healing properties. At first, the girl wanted to give up, trying to work more carefully, but eventually agreed to help. Guild of Adventurers, Colt's branch. The detachment of the Sacred Flame is already at the scene. They allow the puppy to go first. Local men could not look away from the beauty of Karen. They were interested in the girl walking next to a guy, and they wondered why she was so friendly. The guild employee welcomes the detachment. Villa appeals to him to issue a professional certificate and increase the rank of the boy. The guy behind the counter is interested in the content of prey. The young man asks whether there is more place here for such cases. In the courtyard of the guild, the young man pulled a heavy bag out of the bag. The staff glared at her suspicion. Some even had the idea that a corpse was hiding inside. The clerk was in a hurry to explain. To confirm the destruction of the monster, it is not necessary to bring the whole body. Jink pours a whole bag of ears on the table. His face blooms a sly smile. Laughing, he boasts, he has a dozen such bags, stuffed with parts of kobolds and mucous membranes. The staff is stunned. It is difficult for them to believe that the child can collect so many trophies on their own. Jink notes that he did not break the orcs, and apologizes for it, or the mascara fell just from the storage. There were so many of them that they formed a real mountain. The staff was stunned by what he saw. While everyone has frozen with his mouth, only he will notice that the guy has a really considerable stock. As a result, there are 7 bodies among the goblins, the shamans of the goblins 6, and the usual goblins as many as 812 bodies. Kobolds were found 41, mucus 37. What about the orcs? Then their general 1, and the orcs themselves 119. After the deduction of the dismemberment, 24 gold coins and 3 gold ingots remain. In terms of Gina, it is 23.4 million. Once, when a man was a regular beggar, he did not even dream of such amounts, and he could not earn 6 digits. The rank increase will begin. At this point, Jink has already scored enough points to go to C. One of the men at the table exclaims that Jack has removed too many people. The employee reports that an exam is required to obtain rank D or higher. If the adventure seeker belongs to the swordsman, then he will have to undergo sparring with the examiner. This check can be carried out immediately. Jink agrees with enthusiasm, and the girl leads him to the arena. Karen adds that they will also join. The arena for guild tests gradually fills the audience. From the stands, everyone is watching the exam. So far, only Dink is in the center of the sight. 2 men on the podium are talking. They immediately recognize the guy, to whom the security guard addressed during the check. It is known that this young man is an exile, a refugee from Rosalto. They are amazed, as Karen is in general. Behind the dress, the guy suddenly appears and clarifies. He also tests. It is a dream, the head of the guild. It is he who will become his rival in sparring. People gradually fill the stands. It is rumored that the snow leader will be the examiner today. Everyone looks forward to who will become his rival. Rumors are already spreading, as if this guy has destroyed 100 orcs. Many still cannot believe it. The audience is vigorously discussing this duel, convinced that the boy is already doomed. Meanwhile, the judge announces that a rank increase will soon begin. Due to the lack of participants, the tests for ranks D and C will be performed at the same time. The leader of the guild Snow informs the opponent that he has heard of his glory, and is looking forward to the opportunity to try his hand in a duel with him. The judge also warns that during the test, participants can be injured, including serious injuries. Standing on the platform, Karen says Jersenko loudly that he should not worry. She is already ready to help the boy. Men are behind the stroke. Grasping their teeth from envy, they became angry, calling the guy a scoundrel. They dream themselves so that Karen heal them. Jack stands with his back to the crowd, and the shouts are heard behind, men demanding the leader of the guild to get their opponent. The referee announced the fight. Snow immediately noticed that the guy was in no hurry to attack, so she decided to take the initiative in her hands and rushed forward first. The head of the guild attacks the boy with lightning movements, leaving him no chance of winning. No one is even surprised, because they are Snowy, the leader of this guild. If you think about it, this is the first time Chinink came in a duel with a person who owns swords. No monster posed such a threat to him. The first cut appeared on his face. The opponent notes that in most cases, sparring lasts no longer than 3 minutes. But it seems that this young man has not lost his thirst for battle. Snow closely monitors this with genuine admiration. Now attacks Dink. His opponent has a sword at 104 levels of skill. One miscalculation is enough, and Snow will instantly take the initiative. It is worth at least losing vigilance for a moment, and the blade will touch the head. Meanwhile, viewers in the stands are vividly discussing the duel. The battle only broke out, and the young man was already injured. The girl notes that the guy holds, but is forced to constantly be in motion. He does not even have time to rest. Karen notes that even Jinka is unlikely to win the leader of the guild. However, no matter how it is, the leader of the guild is an ordinary person, and his strength is also not limitless. Jim thinks about how the opponent skillfully changed the techniques. His movements were impressed with accuracy and sequence, as if executed on the perfect textbook. The guy notices that the former admiration for this rival, an experienced veteran and a master of battle, gradually dispels. He is now convinced that he will be able to strike him. Snow is surprised that their confrontation has been delayed for a long time, but despite this, he is convinced that the solution is already close. The guy owned the skill of the swordsman 27th. Usually he would not dare to enter this fight, but his strength enhanced magic. He will rush to the guild leader fearlessly. Skillfully evading the enemy blade, the hero will instantly perform a clever maneuver and put his sword in the direction of Snow. Karen and Villa are glad that their little friend has been able to strike. Men, covered with a thirst for victory, froze in surprise. Seeing his bloodied hand, Snow sank on his knees and declared his defeat. The judge without hesitation proclaimed Zink non-land winner. People broke out of their places, impressed and stunned. No one could believe that the leader of the guild had been injured, even defeat. The young man wondered how much the crowd was stunned by this development. Karen rushed to Snow, hurrying to shout that she was healing now. However, the guy stopped her, tired of saying that he was already enough potion. The guy noticed that the manager was in a real shock. This is not surprising, because he has just been defeated by a child in a duel. The girl approached the young man and announced that the reward would heal the dunes, although he had no noticeable wounds. Villa says that the young man was able to overcome the so-called cult of geniuses and the leader of the guild. He approached Drasinka and asked his secret. It looked really creepy. The guy suddenly realizes that this is what makes him really special. Jink recognizes openly before the whole stadium. All its achievements are only possible thanks to magic. The villa proclaims the whole stadium loudly. Magic is guilty of everything. The guy won due to his assembly, therefore everything is honest. This makes the audience think about how skillfully the sword of this young man is. Dink calmly states that he owns 175 levels. Viewers in the stands are stunned. The arena was filled with hum and excitement. All over the world, only 3 sorcerers have achieved this skill, and now it seems that Jink will become the 4th. It will open that his abilities have become part of the sacred flame and even more. In addition, Jack was able to evaluate. He extends the map. It is now that she looks carefully at the dream. That's the confirmation. The guy sincerely appreciated the villa. The guy confesses to the guildmist that he is really very strong. If he did not use magic, he would hardly be able to overcome such an opponent. Snowface changed. A smile appeared on it. He realized that he made little effort. This will be a good lesson for him. In any case, as the head of the guild, he gives Zink the profession of mag and appraiser. He welcomes the guy with an increase to the previous village. The young man shines with joy without hiding his admiration. Suddenly numb, Jax pierced one word. Previous. He turned to the villa, trying to find out what it means. Winding up, HIV jokingly points out that magicians can easily get the rank S. If someone with such abilities remains low, it can lead to trouble for everyone. Therefore, such restrictions are only safety issues. That is why I was given the temporary rank of C class. Jink is shouting that this man assured him it will not be difficult to increase the rank. But the guy still does not understand why he had this test. There were good reasons for this. Representatives of such a rare profession, a true treasure, a priceless human resource. If a person is not able to protect himself, they are sure to be assigned to support. Wherever it goes, there will certainly be guarded. The young man is not liked. It will explain why it was important to evaluate combat capabilities. For this reason, so many people gathered in the arena. He asked Vila why he decided to help him. He only replied that he was wondering how the boy's fate would be after leaving the country. Given that Jink is both a magician and a appraiser, the guy has every chance of climbing to SS. The young man did not even realize that there was a rank higher than S. If the adventurer gets the rank of SS, no one is able to influence his actions. Similar status puts a person on a par with the owners of the castles or even from the ruler of the state. The boy still has a lot, but does he want to really gain such power? Squeezing his palm into his fist, he inadvertently mentioned the expulsion, disdain, and escape from the rows of salt. But Jink will still show everyone his magic. Here you will see. The title of SS is exactly what you need. While he is being taken under guard, he is working hard. The exam remains from the Crescent, and he sincerely hopes to have time. Suddenly, an alarming cry is heard from the outside. The detachment reports the attack. The commander reminds, you cannot lose vigilance, even if the opponent is only a paste. Dresink should remain intact at any cost. The guy jumped out of the cart filled with determination to support the detachment. For him, this is a great opportunity to test his abilities and fully reveal the art of water magic. He made a water ball and threw it in the direction of Cobalt. They were already certain that their end came, but in fact, they were simply generously poured with water. Dryazing did not cope and, frightened, rushed. He should definitely focus. We all need to mention training. It's not just water. It should be heavy and fast, like a lead ball. After focusing, Dink begins to exercise again. The next water ball broke the bodies of Cobalt into small pieces. Only now did it become clear to them what powerful power the boy owns, and it caused them a true horror. All this is the merit of magic. Dryazing from the very beginning owned the magic of water. He should carefully monitor where he directs his strength, as it can bring others. The detachment sincerely apologizes to the fact that it is distracted from study. They should better protect it. Jink assures them that there is no reason to worry. He only trains in magic. The guy is still studying and now preparing for the exam, heading to the capital of the Kingdom of Colt. 2 weeks ago, immediately after the test, detachments of the Holy Light together with Ginka arrived at the estate. Just before the entrance, the figure of Bargart visible. The guy asked where they were. Will replied that it was Earl Brando's estate and added that they would stay here now. The junk will not worry. Earl Brando is well known in all circles. It is rumored that he is not like a typical nobility that only magnifies himself over others. The aristocrat has taken care of Will since childhood. The young man believes that to start a novel with such a person is a good thought. They were in the estate. The maid leads Mr. Drasinka and a detachment of Sacred Fire to the office of the Count. The Earl welcomes the new guest of his estate. He seems like Nicholas Brando, Count of the Kingdom of Colts. If the guy needs help or has any requests, he can contact him personally. The young man introduced himself to his name and immediately asked not to pay attention to his title S-Class. Frankly admitting that he has not had many skills, he shook his hand to the interlocutor. The Earl noted the amazing courtesy of the boy. It is time for dinner. The table shines with a magnificent serving. Nicholas Brando turns to Dresdenko and Mr. from a sacred flame, inviting everyone to taste exquisite dishes and enjoy the meal. After canned food from the camp, this food seems real pleasure. The guy impresses with exquisite fourth-level manners. Nicholas Brando turns to the slice, proudly noting that he managed to escape from captivity in Rosalt. The Earl asks what intentions to the new moon now. The guy confesses that he wants to leave the Kingdom Rosalt and go on a journey to Colt to raise his rank. And then, after completing the case in Colta, he hopes to settle in the Kingdom of Yamato. After that, the guy was going to join the high school in the Kingdom of Yamato, and suddenly he managed to get SRX early. Nicholas Brando explains that the title of S-Class is actually equated with the aristocratic title. Even if Jack goes to Yamato, Rotalt residents will still be able to get to him. The guy confesses that he does not like to stay in one place for a long time. His dream is to travel the world, discover new horizons, and collect vivid impressions. The Earl advises the young man to go to Corral, the capital of the kingdom. It is there that the most prestigious gymnasium of the state. Although it is extremely difficult to join it, the Earl believes that the guy will certainly cope. If the Jin is experienced, he will be enough to visit the nearest town of Hamel. The young man has already heard about this city, and has an idea what to expect from him. Hamel has spread just over the largest dungeon throughout the kingdom, which reaches the depth of 80 floors. Until now, no one has managed to reach the bottom. There are darkened monsters of various sizes. This is a real test for adventurers. Karen reminds the Drasinka that you must take entrance exams to enter school. The young man with confidence promises that he will be cooked just on the way. The girl admires his purposefulness, and sincerely, reading her is not easy. The Earl reports Drasinka that he could contribute to a record of the adventure team. When the young man goes to the capital, he will pass the lands of the aristocrats, with whom the Graf is well familiar. Jack can stop in his estate in the Coral. The guy has a special right. He can introduce himself on behalf of Nicholas. His son is Ginka's peer, and also seeks to take entrance exams. At heart, he hopes that friendship will be born between the boys. The young man is not accustomed to such changes and feels something awkward. In his thoughts, he says goodbye to the life that he spent Ginkuro, leaving behind his past and usual everyday life, where one day was like another. However, he is now overwhelmed by enthusiasm, because at every step he discovers something new. Kuro with reproach turns to himself, regretting the waste of time. The guy also expresses gratitude to the aristocrat and accepts his proposal. He also expresses gratitude to the detachment of the Holy Flame. The boys were happy to deal with him. Now the guy goes to meet with the Tears of the Dragon, and then plans to return to Rosalto to deal with his brother, and from there, back into the Coral. So, Dink went there and is incredibly rejoicing. However, Ginkuro could avoid such difficult trials. When the young guy was staying in the estate of aristocrats, he tirelessly engaged in training. After grueling fights with the monsters, he did not leave the books in the camp. The aristocrats who sheltered the young man received a magic artifact and a postcard with warm words as a sign of gratitude. And again, he plunged into training, deepening his knowledge once after. Dresdenko was informed that the check will begin now. He was offered to get out of the wagon because they had already reached the Coral. The guy was surprised to see the huge scale of the city. The walls here are twice as high as even the grand walls of the royal capital Rosalto. He is already eagerly dreaming of stroll through the city. However, the detachment reminds that the young man cannot simply wander the streets. If something happened to him, they would have to answer. Jax has to temporarily postpone their plans. One of the guys from the detachment reassures him, convincing to wait for the results of the entrance exam. And now it's time to go to the estate. Nicholas, Arya, and their son Chris met in the main house of the young guest family. They have already heard about the boy from his father. Jax stated that he intended to enter school during the month. He asks to turn to him just in his name, confessing that he feels a little awkward. Arya laughs, good-naturedly acknowledging that she is not able to offer the guest special amenities, but invites the young man to feel at home. Chris invites the Slice to join him and promises to show the whole house. Arya shouts that the boy is exhausted after the long road. The invincible Jankuro also found one flaw. He exhausted himself to the border, working without rest. The mother is stunned with her son. Bids in the royal palace are rising. One of the subordinates reports, Mag arrived. Aristocrats discuss the cause of his appearance. A young wizard wants to join the prestigious academy. Carol, by order, should find out a lot more about the guy. Chris calls the maid, ordered to immediately take Druzinka to the infirmary. At this point, the young man is full of joy. He managed to gain the highest rating. The entrance exams to the magic faculty of the higher school of the kingdom have already begun. That is why Jax was so hard, heading to the capital. The guy knew that joining this high school was not easy. Recalling the past life, John Kuro thinks that in Japan, such an exam is unlikely to seem so complicated. The young man was so persistently plunged into training that he finally fainted. Thanks to this, I managed to significantly increase my magical abilities. Although the situation looked quite anxious, the family that sheltered the boy surrounded him with care and attention. Somewhere near the back of the Drasinka, the Chris sits. A new acquaintance notices that the adventurer rapidly responds to any questions he really wants to show himself. A call came, announcing the completion of the written stage of the exam. Ahead, testing magical skills in practice. Students are invited to demonstrate their talents in all its glory. Examiners will evaluate not only the level of skill, but also the uniqueness and rarity of abilities. The first to be summoned was the participant number 783, the Sea Dwarf adventurer Jack. He responded closely to the examination of the examiner and noted that even the candidates here were addressed with honor. Mr. Jack. While Jack, preparing for the attack, is sure that he will have to use magic, his peers whisked, in surprise discussing his rank. They think where this guy came from and how he will manifest himself during the test. Dusty Panham, the Marquis of the Kingdom. Considering this man's abilities, he notes that Jink has a talent for magic and is able to evaluate magical potential. The new moon notices that the gift of value has water magic, is marked by courtesy and high level of humanitarian knowledge. Considering Mr. Jax's character, Dust Panham notes that his ability to possess water magic leave much to be desired, but notices that in this company rarely is one gifted with therapeutic forces. The young man suddenly feels how unpleasant to be evaluated by a stranger. The theater manager suggested that the boy demonstrate his abilities, and he gladly agreed. To begin with, Jink decided to show a focus with a water ball. It was this trick that he worked hard while traveling in a carriage. Chris and Jink are walking slowly around the Royal High School building. A new acquaintance with delight notes that the boy's act was incredible. A water tornado was especially impressive. Jink smiles and laughs in response. Due to the overweight of the magic over the gear, Jax sprayed on all the water whirlwind. The guy is now very worried that because of such a senseless adventure he will be deprived of points. Be that as it may, this Marquis Penkengo is a truly high place among the aristocracy. If so, he is able to personally convey to the king the news about the guy. It turns out that the glory of the young magician diverges Arenita much faster than he himself could assume. The king is interested in Dust Panumi, as everything has gone. The Marquis replies that everything is fine. In addition to magic, Jack also distinguished himself with the skill of possession of a sword and a great physical force. King Kala, Komil Kalau. His Majesty also points out that the guy has a considerable storage. The monarch listens carefully to the Marquis's report, without losing any details. In addition, Dink brilliantly passed the written part of the exam, taking 96%. This is really a great result, which has achieved very little. Pant. Padden is convinced that the young man has every chance to get to the first class of the Faculty of Magic. The words of the Marquis cause a wave of indignation among those present in the hall of the king's meeting. Most cannot understand how it is possible because Jink is still a baby. One of the men was already going to dispute but stopped in time. His Majesty reassures the audience, recognizing their fears, but still pays attention to the main question. What about humanity? One of his subordinates learned that Jink was allegedly trying to poison his own father. If such an influential person decided to become a villain, it could be a serious threat to the whole state. Does the gentleman ask you not to worry about it? In his opinion, he does not consider the pupil a sinner. In addition, Jutz's fighting skills are too weak. For the descendant of homeless people, this is quite abnormal. However, their kind was famous for the skill of possession of the spear. The fair mentioned the former member of the Nalandian royal family who lost his status. Panem suggests that he could be unreasonably accused of plotting with Rosalt and unjustly expelled from the country. In any case, Jin is an aristocrat and an influential person. I don't like it too. However, it seems to note, once a man pays attention to it, but Milhala claims that the boy was kicked out because he could not own a spear. Although maybe there were other reasons in the case of Roselba. The king suddenly rose. His Majesty stated that it would be easy to find out. The servants did not start. They also quickly rose after the owner. Meanwhile, Nomil Chal reported that the Trezinka was in exile in Rosalt, without realizing his magical abilities. The king has ordered to prepare a place for further action. Going out of his office, he solemnly states that their country will be a shelter for the Jinx magician. But no one dares to take advantage of his forces in his own interests. A few days have passed, and Chris is genuinely rejoiced in his friends. He managed to take the exam. Only 3 entered the first class. The guy, focusing on the list, secretly hopes that he was also lucky, despite the fact that he soaked everyone around in the trial process. Jack welcomes Chris on her second grade joining, and rejoices that he was able to do it. He also mentions his new friend, Arith of Topoli from the Drazing School. He learned from his mother about an invitation to the audience to the king himself. Chris is interested in Drasenko if Harry has at least one ceremonial suit in the wardrobe, because everyone is used to seeing the guy exclusively in daily dress. The new moon in the past belonged to the aristocracy. He said goodbye to all his property to get the money. Drawing up rating cards for aristocrats made a profit, and Jink was thinking about shopping to the city. Chris answered the boy in the affirmative, and at the same time remembered that the hostel for the candidates also served as a headquarters for the study of underground mazes. And yet it is a place where talents are looking for and staff are selected. Cola is often called the prohibited factory, and the company Dries Inc. received a list of the top 10 products. Trade in forbidden goods here is a common matter, but Ginkuro still can't get used to it. He turns to the seller, explaining that searches for Class B or higher. Thanks to his abilities, Gene studies the crowd carefully, finding exactly what he needs. Finally, he found what he was looking for. The girl was called Nina. She was only 12 years old. The merchant sought to get rid of it for a forbidden product. However, when he transported the goods, a flock of dogs suddenly attacked the girl and bit her. It is because of this that this subject is forbidden to freely circulation. Its price is 1 gold and 3 silver coins. Jink is pleased to agree to such an agreement. The seller explained that the boy should drip his blood on the girl's neck. He pierced his finger and executed the instructions. Immediately under their feet, a magical pentagram shone, and the merchant began to call a spell. Nina, kneeling, solemnly promised to serve the boy faithfully. The purchase was over, and Jane invited the girl to join them. The young man informed that they had already got the right place. Together with the girl, he returned to the estate of Count Brand. Jack decided to ask the girl and find out where she came from. The 12-year-old Nina was born in a family of poor peasants. In winter, the family lacked money, and the girl just got rid of, considering her a burden. The foster father frankly stated that the relatives had left her to his or her own. Initially, Jack believed that it was an ordinary story, but for his parents the choice was not easy. When the second part of the story came, the guy exploded with emotions, then covered with tension and stopped asking it further. He watches a girl who is exhausted of fatigue and powerlessness, and suddenly understands. Her father also left her. Ding addresses Nina and voices her 5 rules. Always listen, do not harm, do not deceive or disclose any information, and also to refrain from everything that can hurt the guy. If Nina does not violate these conditions, she will have full freedom of action. He asks her to remember. He has no insidious intentions about the girl. Jink is the embodiment of kindness. He is not going to punish Nina for their impolite, nor for some mistake. If she has a question, he will gladly explain everything. After that, the girl asked one question. She has a scar, and she offers to work at night. The guy is in a wonder and asks whether Nina understands that it is for work. She confidently claims he knows. With his hands waving, Jax exclaims that they stop this conversation, because now she is not at all. Nina, in response, notes that he can only help this way. She screams with despair on a drastic, which is not capable of physical labor, is not able to write or read. The girl, breaking into a cry, repeats the words that she has repeatedly heard. This is your sole purpose. You were born only for that. Jake silently ignores all the exclamations, gently stretching the girl for healing wounds. Without this powerful tincture, it would be impossible to cure. Nina looks confusedly at him, not understanding why he did so. Other team is strictly forbidden to touch this elixir. The young man lawfully invites her to drink, insisting that this order. In his opinion, she deserves it. Jack adds to the ability to evaluate other people. He tells the girl who chose her precisely because of her culinary skill. Other abilities are not developed yet, however. They can always be improved. He has a request for her, and he needs her strength. Having treated the wound, Jack asks Nina to take a bath. In the meantime, he will prepare fresh, clean clothes. The girl wanted to say something, but the guy interrupted her, asking if she could do something. When he walked, he just answered yes. The 12-year-old Nina squeezed the healing potion that Jink was handed over to her and did not hold her tears. She exclaimed him after. "Thank you." Chris is interested in a slice about Nina. One of the friends notes that the guy was right. The girl is skilled in the kitchen. Her hands move at amazing speed. Jink stands with a swollen belly and confesses that with the help of alchemy, he turned unnecessary things into ingots to get a quick money. He spent a lot of energy for manipulation. Chris asks why he is such a sum. The guy confessed that he would also need prohibited goods. Chris proposed to discuss this in more detail here, but Nina was interrupted. She ran to Chris and hardly asked to taste her own cookies. Having taken a jar with cookies, Jax replied that he would taste it later. The girl also asked to share her impressions when he finally tries the treat. Chris reports Dries Inc. Nina looks good in the form of a maid. The young man hints at the conversation from which it all started. Subsequently, he addresses a friend with a rather dangerous question. Where can prohibited military equipment be obtained? Because where Nina was, there were none. Thinking, Chris notes that such prohibited things can be found in the so-called agencies for the sale of prohibited goods with slaves. It is there that the criminals are ordained. In the hostel of the old school, Cole Dressink is considering around. It seems to him that it is too spacious here, but if the guy brings Nina here, then this space will turn into a cozy and pleasant nest. A guy dressed in a restrained suit thoughtfully thinks that he is still lacking forbidden military goods. However, this list is just beginning. It needs much more. And so, considerable money is needed. It depresses him and makes him feel heavy on his shoulders. Suddenly, Chris appeared behind him and recalled that classes were beginning today. They study in different groups, so Chris can miss certain couples. They will still be enrolled. However, it is strange not to attend lessons from the first day. Girls in exquisite school forms look at the freshman with interest. They have already heard that he, the adventurer of the highest rank S. One of the girlfriends enthusiastically points out that the rumors were truth. The beginner is not only skilled, but also extremely beautiful. Jink goes forward, not rotating, and walks behind him, quietly complaining about the hole around. Girls do not erect a fascinated look, whispering lively with each other. Does he already have a bride? One of them suddenly guesses. He is still an unattainable ideal. And the other dreams of at least to become his mistress. Jink shares his feelings with Chris. He never left Rolt, and it annoys him. When asked by a friend why he thinks, the guy replies that the girls are not interested in himself, but his position. The engagement will not bring him any joy, but for them it is a real win. Chris whispers points out that girls are probably of a simple kind. That's why they are so intricate, because all their hope for the future is related to it. Jack believes that if girls need money, let them go hunting for monsters. In addition, magic does not distinguish between men and women, and work for women will always be found. While Jink thinks why the girls do not want to conquer the peaks on their own, but seek support in another's wallet, a stranger suddenly stops in front of him. The girl addresses the young man asking, "Is he not Jink?" The girl was introduced as the freshman of the Faculty of Politics with focus on Agenda Cole. She just starts her way here. Jack, especially not listening to her words, nodded in greetings. Suddenly he realized, she named her name. Before him, the princess herself. The boys bowed to her hurry. Janka, having lost a little lost, greeted her and asked how she lived these 3 years. The derived in response asked to treat her simply as a regular classmate. People gather around, throwing surprised looks and whispering, not understanding the actions of two comrades. Jack reports that he is now a traveler, and this is only the first year of his adventure. He adds that they may no longer be able to meet frequently. After listening to the words of an old girlfriend, Nigda reported that she was heading for her father. KL is a big country, and royal duties are not easy here. Meanwhile, Chris and Jan are fascinated by the striking beauty of the princess. Hearing a sharp voice, John looked around and saw a chunky man who sought the boy. Gladden stated because it was time to pay off the debt for friendship. They say it is not enough money. The guy justified that this month he was barely able to make ends meet. Grabbing the boy by his shoulders, the silky man is persistently questioned what he wants to find out and what happens if they do not get friends. He insists that his friend be one of the Duke's family. The boy is frightened to the edge and obviously suffers from pain. Jack is interested in the derived who is a smooth man. The girl replies that he is the heir to Ransel's family. Even in high school, he was convinced that he could afford everything he pleased. Many have been dismissed through it. Third-grade fat man is still a mystery as he came to high school. Najenda said his father did his best. There was no evidence. Even they, representatives of the royal family, could do nothing. The girl approached the girl and bowed to her. Nujena wondered in surprise that it was now, and a smooth man laughed and answered, he just talked with a friend. However, this rough man is clearly intending to talk to a girl's boyfriend. Going closer, the obese man states that he wants to hire a pupid and use his full Sss-Rank status. For him, Ginky is only a common people who have the right to bear the name of Ransel's family. This is incredibly annoying the young man. He immediately remembers how this happened to his father. The fat man, trying to grasp the guy by the shoulder, quarrelfully asks whether he is listened to at all. In response, Jack sharply reflects his hand. The young man exclaims that he had hit him. The sinful man widespread. The guy will still regret it. Being in a battle stable, he confidently sways the knowledge of hand-to-hand combat, and orders the boy not to move but stand quietly. The drill did not need to praise your skills. He remained absolutely calm, even without changing his face and not moving out of place, as a powerful stroke of the fist hit the fat man directly into the face. From the nose immediately flowed abundant, like a stream, blood. The Derived and Chris watched this scene with a sincere surprise. The guy returns to a smooth man sitting on the floor and flows with blood and asks him if he read the school rules. In this school, it is absolutely not important who you are, what family you come from, or to what class you belong. It doesn't matter here, the aristocrat you or the common people. The fat man suddenly broke, covering his nose with his palm. Jink continued his speech, paying attention that no matter what class, the first or third, no one has the right to attack you. He patiently reminds Melted that it is no longer his senior school. Looking at, Jin strictly ordered the boys to go. Many interesting were already gathering around. Immediately thought for a moment, and Chris jokingly noted that he would probably be frightened if he had been looking at him. Jack realizes that the plan is clearly failed. Najenda asks not to worry about it. She wondered if Gink received an invitation from her father. It is not necessary, but it would be nice if the guy appeared on the event. The young man replies that it is a great honor for him. Jink mentioned that he has no parade costume, and he cannot buy a new one, because he posts money for other needs. Then the Derived soothe a friend, they say. For an adventure seeker, this is not a problem. And then she handed him a brand new cloak. A few days later, Jink appeared to the audience at the invitation of His Majesty. The king was introduced as the ruler of the kingdom of Colmanil, and gladly congratulated the young man. Standing on one knee and putting his right hand to his heart, the young man says that he considers great honor to meet His Majesty. Without lunch, the cold warned the young man who heard rumors. Aristocrats often ask the guy to make an assessment map for them. For the king, this task seems extremely difficult. Jax noted that the situation is not the way No Milk Cole imagines. The young man received a reward for creating an evaluation card. In this case, His Majesty wants to ask the Jinza to apply magic and evaluate the situation for him. The young man is glad to worship, because now he will be able to use his spells for state affairs. His Majesty, Nomil Cole, reports to the young man that Nogina told him about an unpleasant case with a child from Ranzel's family. He is interested in the detail, whether he believes that in this situation, he showed lightness. The guy replies that he knows a person who is surprisingly similar to this blogger. No one will appeal to anyone who demonstrates their power, humiliations of the weaker. Looking directly into the eyes of the king, Jack states that it is impossible to forgive such a man. Without food, Kyle listens carefully to the boy's words. Dink, leaning his head, quietly says that he may still be too early, but he is ready to carry any punishment for his misconduct. His Majesty smiled and assured that everything was fine. He just wanted to visit the guy. Nothing, as always, does not bother him. King Cole also noted that obviously this young man will not use magic with evil intentions. After listening to the words of Noble Cole, Jink finally with a relief. His Majesty spoke of learning, noting the diligence of the young man, and expressing his sincere praise. The king emphasized that he is ready to fulfill any desire of the boy. Jink wondered what he would like to. Having met with his gaze with the king, the young man sincerely thanks for such generosity. He expresses his desire to obtain permission to buy forbidden goods in the official agency. The coal mill never realized why he was such things. Jake explained that he was doing this to study the underground maze of Hamilla. He seeks to expand his capabilities, so he collects capable people around him. However, the king still cannot understand what exactly makes these goods forbidden. The young man explains that by hiring ordinary adventurers and servants, he risks that Rassault spies can hide among them, hiding his name. The guy acts yes, taking care of his own safety. No. Mil Cole understood everything perfectly and assured Drasinka that he is a wise man, not the one for whom he was accepted. His Majesty seeks to be made friends with him, a secret agency that sells prohibited goods and prisoners. The guard confirmed that the dress gave the consent. The heavy metal door was slowly dissolved in front of the boy. They were allowed to go on. One of the boys anticipates that they are truly valuable goods. Jan says Nini that she did not have to follow him. This place, of course, is not the best, but important experience is worth getting here. Children are accompanied by guards in full weapons. This picture is truly creepy. Someone knocks on the lattice, clutching their hands. Several prisoners make ominous sounds from which ants run down the back. The frightened Nina grabs for Treyasinka, feeling trembling in every cell. It is strange to her why the guy does not show fear, but it is already a common thing for him. The young man remembers how the seller of the forbidden goods took him to the cage and offered to elect any product. The guy had the right to choose everything he desires, but only after the seller himself finishes to use the chosen thing. Rejecting this idea, Gin still feels nausea. He squeezes his palm firmly, and behind him, looking around, there is a 12-year-old Nina, who is clearly not liked here. Dink, meanwhile, looks closely at the goods. One of them particularly attracts his attention. He noticed a boy named Young. A chain is glittering on his neck, and the young man himself is in the full battle, almost on the verge of his capabilities. In addition to the medium size of the storage, Yoing boasts an extraordinary feature. Its ability to evaluate materials has reached the level of S. Jake tells the guards that he wants to talk to this man. One of the guards shouted to the man sitting on the floor, ordered him to get up. The young man is wondering why Jonah is accused of murder. John was the son of a wealthy merchant. Relations with the stepmother did not develop. Hostility prevailed between them. In the end, the woman decided to get rid of the young man. During the next quarrel, John, without standing the tension, attacked her with a knife. Jack is convinced that it was not a deliberate massacre, but a regular self-defense. Nina emphasizes that the forbidden product is extremely expensive. The price reaches 53 platinum coins. In terms of Jenny, it is as much as 5.2 billion. The guy wondered. Jan already has similar statistics, and if you contribute, the results will be even more impressive. He thinks how much to create evaluation cards, and realizes that it will take a lot of space and equipment. At this point, the guard suddenly interrupts his reflections. The man has wondered if Jink will buy a banned product. After all, being an aristocrat, he probably has enough money. Despite the fact that this happened by accident, Ian remains a killer. That is why neither the nobility nor the merchants take this thing. The guy with a chain on his neck confesses that his father once tried to do the same as a djinn. However, for loved ones, the price of the issue is increasing tenfold. So it's not just a matter. Jan is indifferent to his father's wealth. He does not find the strength to return to his relatives. Nina assures a Slice that this guy is not scared. She is not scared at all. The girl smiles involuntarily to Jan, and the guy, stopping in front of a metal grate, looks closely at her and thinks. Finally, the young man solemnly states that he intends to buy a forbidden product. Jink wondered if he would give him his Majesty estate. Chris laughed, guessing what he was waiting for. Meanwhile, Chris's mother had just communicated with the royal family. Jink suggested that it was about Brando's family. He even had a stomach from excitement. Drawing tells that Nina learns to read and write, and also master cooking. Now she even knows how to cook orc meat dishes. If you do not think, who really is the orcs, it turns out quite tasty. Yang is persistently managing in the magic of wind and fencing, and his abilities are growing rapidly. Chris noticed that the guy owns a sword from the kingdom of Yamato. Jax noted that finding him was a real problem. Also, the new moon noticed that Yang from time to time thinks into his thoughts. Despite the fact that Ginka reassured him and asked nothing to worry, the guy thought he imagined how he was walking with the city together with Yen, leading a pleasant conversation with him and buying things together. The city has notes in the city. The streets live their lives and do not empty at all. As it was intended, the guy goes to buy with John. Meanwhile, a stranger in the cloak is already waiting for the young man in the lane. She watches the djinn without drawing a close look. The guy explains that the potion along with the antidote lie in this box, and the provision, in that. In addition, he asks John to list weapons and equipment. The man without unnecessary words obeys the orders of the young commander. Jack reminds Jan, if the question arises, do not shy, ask. Otherwise, the detachment will fail the task, and they all get lost. Suddenly, someone is rapidly interrupting the Slice, strictly ordering him to silence. The guy exclaims angrily, forbidding Jax to even think about using his brother, and requires to release Jan immediately. Otherwise, the fights are no longer avoided. Jax immediately understands. In front of him, Jan's younger brother. The guy is Ash. He is 13. The description states that he is abandoned by the brother of John. This story is very upset of the Jinka. Having met with his gaze with a bold young man, he strictly asks what he means. He hints that he is about to detain the royal adventurer of the level S. However, The new moon warns, it is better to give up such nonsense. He turns to Shots and the Deet, advising them not to show themselves. The young man proudly states that he will win him and take his older brother with him. The herd words were annoyed by the young man, because he is the rightful owner. The forbidden goods cost him 53 platinum coins, a sepor. By age, Ash is almost a 1-year Jinka. However, it is still unclear. Yang turns to the boy, knees, honestly bows and apologizes for his brother's actions. He begs only to punish himself, so that only a younger brother remains unharmed. Ginka silently watches this humiliating sight. Ash with indignation exclaims to his older brother, demanding that he stop immediately. It is difficult for him to understand how he can bow to some adventurer. The younger brother is not liked. People began to gather, vividly discussing the event. In the views of the crowd, Jack looks like a real villain. Only whispers and condemnation come from everywhere. Yen asks Ash if he did not hate him. The younger brother with annoyance exclaims that he is annoyed by the fact that Ash has turned into a forbidden product. Of course, Ash would be a good cut, but despite that, the older brother was always more smart and more talented than him. Ash sincerely seeks such a brother to appear in his life. The father promised to get the money and buy a forbidden product, but Dink coped with that much faster. The young man noted that you will not change anything here. He turned to Jan, emphasizing that he warned about the futility of efforts. Jink got a weapon from a hiding place, ready to become an opponent, because this was what the younger brother of John wanted. The young man appeals to the pupil to stop. Turning, he winks Jan and smiles. Ash exclaims that he asked himself, and rapidly goes on the offensive. The young man, straightening the spear in front of him, moves confidently and decisively, as if turning into the element of the wind. His heart covers fire and hatred. Jack with lightning accuracy cuts the enemy spear in half with one sword, and then cuts into pieces of several other weapons. Jan instructed the sword on the guy. Ash was lost for a moment, but quickly noticed how the new moon drops his weapon in front of him, so that she concerns the earth. Instantly, as if by waving his hand, the boy's cloak flew down. Jack was not going to hurt the guy. He only cleverly detached the cloak that was holding on his shoulders. In front of his opponent, the young man confidently instructs the weapon and asks coldly whether he continues to rush to battle. Ash in response maliciously offends him, but does not have time to do anything. He was instantly twisted by the staff of the Guild of Adventurers. One of the workers approached the dress and wondered if everything was fine with him. The guild has already received information that a local resident was attacked. Ash shouted, demanding that he be released and not touched. Jax, while keeping calm, assured everyone that everything is fine. The young man was informed that important news had been received from the guild and asked Jinka to join them. The guy thought about shopping in a moment, but understands that there is no other way out. Therefore, he orders Jana to return home on his own, and he promises to explain everything and talk when he returns. Just as Jink returned home, as Nina ran up to him, tearing the young man with a young man to stop Jan. When asked, the girl in despair exclaims that Jan is in danger. Nina cannot restrain his tears from the tension experienced and emotions. Jink Strigoloff rushed to the room where the stranger was. Large the door, he froze from what he saw. Ian sat, pressing the sharp blade to his own neck. The picture was so creepy that even the most stable could cause despair and panic. The guy tries to snatch a sword from John, while he begs to allow him to die for the image of his relative. Jax does not restrain himself and strictly orders him to calm down. In the end, if the guy dies, it will mean that 53 billion yuan was spent in vain. Driss Ing is cleverly knocked out of the enemy's hands. Yang requires a fair punishment for the opponent, because he deserved it. The new moon is angry with the boldness of his subordinate. Both are exhausted to the limit. A fierce struggle for the blade flashes between them. Everyone with force tries to snatch it out of their hands. Jax loudly informs Gina that they go to the maze tomorrow. The boy will have to ride a horse, protect the young man, and explore the confused corridors. Meanwhile, the guy appeals to Jan not to dramatize events, while Yang thoughtfully reflects on the meaning of the word despise. He turns to the young man, wondering why he decided to leave everything that. Jax, shrugging, replies that it is better than die, and warns that I do not create nonsense. John, however, bowed slightly, thanked, and sincerely promised to work with his best. Nina's weeping. Nina breaks into the room. I am sure that Mr. Jack will allow Yan to die. The young man gently hugs the girl, reassuring. Everything is fine with him, and he has already forgiven the abuser. Tears are still glittering on Nina's cheeks, but the warm words of the friend at least comfort her. He talked about Ash. Jink reassured him. They say, a younger brother would still have time to think about his actions in the guild hall. He is not threatened with death. The interlocutor noted that Ash's mother-in-law had paved him too much. The boy needs care, because he is really expensive for him. Having gained his gaze, Jax assured that he understood Jan's feelings. He realized that this guy also has a brother. The young man shared that his brother is called Esther, although he was not at all like his older brother. Driz Inc. is genuinely interested in how Esther feels. Holding her hand, Esther is gently asking for a little to eat. The tension and worries are significantly depleted by the nanny. It lost weight and looks painful. The boy tries to reassure her. He assures that with driving is probably all right. Esther believes that for Elsa's nanny, her older brother is almost like a native son. She is upset by the feeling of complete helplessness before this situation. Suddenly someone is addressing Esther. It was his father's subordinate. He asked Esther not to go without permission, and also reported that he would just return to her dinner. Esther reports that her father is not at home now, so there's no reason to worry. Everything has to go away calmly. After that, the subordinate addresses the guy asking, what does he still think about this falling person? He adds that it is worth forgetting about Ginka, because he is a deather. Esther asked his subordinate father whether there was nothing to do and no one to assert himself at his own expense. Hearing this, the man felt, but decided to remain silent, not answering the boy a word. The subordinate ordered Esther to remove the things of her brother and attach the skating rink to his shoes. The guy in response replied that it was the will of his father before leaving. He was also fooling. He threw it about a man. The subordinate in response only rolled out of laughter. They are overthrown from the non-land kind. Esther understands perfectly. In the city everyone says so, although in fact no one has an idea who her brothers were. My brother never missed the workout, preparing to become the heir to the title of a prominent spear. Esther was fascinated by a slice, because he always moved persistently forward, no matter how difficult it was. Jink had a skillful spear skillfully. His perseverance gave great results. However, even so, Esther managed to defeat his brother. At first, everything seemed simple fun. The grandfather ordered the didder to train more with the spear, but the result remained unchanged. Jink maintained benevolence to his brother, and confessed with a smile that Esther's attacks were so decisive that it was difficult for him to resist. He gently asked his younger brother about his business, and even sought advice. For Jin, it was certainly a real humiliation. However, the older brother continued to remain his support and behaved with Esther as always. But on that fatal day, everything turned out quite differently. The grandfather was passionate about Esther more, and the attitude towards the ink drows worse. It was he who launched a nickname, apostate, among people. In the end, Jink gained dubious glory, and later disappeared in an unknown direction. Esther accuses himself of what happened. The guy is convinced that he had taken his older brother all his life. It is a great soul, Esther. Feeling guilt for such consequences does not give it rest. Wiping tears out of the eyes, the boy goes on. He is thinking, for several days it has been since grandfather and father called to the royal palace. Esther, meanwhile, cannot hide her curiosity. She wants to find out what she is talking about. Royal Palace Rosalti. Some of those present asked the other, how are you going to cope with this difficult duty? These words were directed to the former owner of the house, Nonland, Nobel Nonland. From the rage of his face was purple, and tense veins appeared on the skin. The noble persons are angry. The magician was kicked out for a certain purpose, but this mistake was fatal. In addition, he fled to the kingdom of Kokala, which has no connection with the cult Roselle. Returning the magician back will be incredibly difficult. The inherited prince of the kingdom Rosalt, Elliot, repeats the word responsibility with anger. He is annoyed that this issue remains a topic of hot dispute. Meanwhile, King Rosalt plunged into difficult reflections, not being sure how it should be done. The rest of the aristocrats are outraged by the prince's behavior, because this situation should be settled immediately. He himself has been expelled by the Ditet, so the responsibility for what happened is quite on it. Elliot was certain that he would be a light prey for goblins and kobolds, but surprisingly, he was lucky to get to the stake. The dress was called the Smart Cockroach. The prince also emphasized that it was this cockroach that was a magician. Elliot also noted that his father and he himself were able to become a powerful magician. Hearing these words, The aristocrats at the table froze in surprise and dissolved their mouths, not believing in the prince's loud statement. King Risalto orders his son to cover his dirty mouth. The situation becomes even sad, because none of the audience even guessed it. Nevertheless, the prince continues his senseless game. He just explains, his father's blood flows in the veins. It is because of this that both Elliot and the king have a chance to become magicians. At this point, Jink, Jan, and Nina have already been fully equipped in mysterious dungeons, preparing to explore the maze. A spooky silence prevailed in the room, which suddenly raised the question, is not Jink an unmarried son of His Majesty? The king looked at Elliot with surprise and asked why he revealed this secret. The prince only smiled cunningly, and then forgively turned to his father with apology. Elliot said that he had accidentally heard a secret conversation between his father and one noble gentleman. It was very intrigued, so he decided to listen further. The successful prince exclaimed that his father would not worry, because he himself would be a ray of salvation. Elliot turned to the guard, who stood in the room, and gave him an order. Immediately to pass the order to bring the most outstanding sages and sorcerers to the vassals. He exclaimed enthusiastically that after that they and their father mastered the art of magicians together. Result Elliot laughed loudly and sincerely, and the audience, stunned, could not believe their ears. Several subordinates, who were also in the hall, rapidly grabbed from their seats and, excitedly interrupting each other, began to fall asleep His Majesty with questions about what, in fact, was happening. Gordon Nonland has a real panic. He thought that Jink was a secret descendant of the king, and the hostile aristocrats learned about this secret. Handling his head, he was aware that he was an opponent of the guy's exile, but their race determined his actions, and everything happened because of their status. Suddenly, the prince jumped out of his place, forcing many present to strain. Gordon Nonland tried to justify himself and his father feverishly. But in the end, however, it would still flow to the surface. So, the secret sins of the royal family and the House of Nonland have revealed. Meanwhile, Esther's estate was interested in whether the adventures of Class S, he wondered if these people could come to his father or grandfather. In response, the Boretsky assured that it is not at all. In fact, a group of holy flames wanted to meet with an aesthetics, a young owner. The guy agreed and promised to join soon. Adventurers were already waiting for him in the living room, meeting him friendly greetings. The villa smiled warmly to the boy and, congratulating, told that they were the adventurers of the adventure from the flame of the sacred flame. Therefore, he nodded to another man, and added that he was traveling with them, a participant in the legendary Tears of the Dragon. I liked how Tander introduced. Easy and simple. He explained that he visited here to pass something from the dung. At this point, Karen could not take her look away from Esther and reflected how much she looked like a girl. Hearing this, the guy asked in surprise what was meant. Will was surprised, does not know Esther. In his opinion, this news should already be transmitted through the guild. He reported Esther that Dink is alive and now lives in Karalte. Hearing this, the guy was offset. He could no longer restrain his feelings, and tears gradually appeared in his eyes. After worrying, he was anxious whether it was true. The adventurers only looked at Esther silently and smiled mysteriously. At that moment, the guy felt relieved, because he realized, with his brother, everything is well. Esther apologized to adventure seekers because he realized that they were exhausted after the journey. However, he was very fond of introducing them to another person, a man who also sought to learn something about dressing. Karen immediately agreed to this proposal. For a while, the atmosphere was again filled with a breath of relief. Elsa covered her face with her palms, thanking God for the fact that Jack remained alive. Tears swollen on her cheeks. They wondered at the villa if he could share more information. He did not consider and noted that their surprise would be great. The young man shared that Jink is among the 4 strongest magicians in the world. This news was quite impressed by Elsa and Esther. They looked at a surprise. The young man pulled out his brother's things and noted that the Jinka has undoubtedly have the ability to evaluate and alchemy. Now the guy finally realized why his brother so persistently asked for his blood. Elsa sighed and confessed that she did not know herself, though he has long been with him. Esther reassured the girl, adding that he had no idea, so he should not reproach himself. It should be noted that Jax carefully hid it, so it was not a surprise. At the same time, the guy believed that he chose the right path. Elsa lowered her gaze and said quietly, if they find out, he would certainly threaten the loss of freedom in that country. Hill apologized, noting that he never had good reviews about rubber. Moreover, he remembered that he had heard, for example, the case of poisoning in the Chancellor family. Hearing this, Elsa faded sharply. Esther immediately noticed how the girl was engulfed. Will said that in fact the king had forced the Chancellor's daughter to give birth to an heir. It was this version that the man heard. Hearing these words, Esther also faded. The room reigned in the room. He will suddenly realize that he went too far, but will be too late. Everyone froze in silence, holding her eyes on him, and suddenly Karen jumped sharply, gave him a slap, and angrily reproached that he chose the worst moment to tell him with Esther. She exclaimed that the villa had already promised to be careful. The guy became sorry for his chatter. Esther trembled his hands when he suddenly asked, "Does this mean that he and Jack are not really relatives?" Elsa hugged the boy firmly, reminding him not to breathe after these words, because the depressing atmosphere prevailed around. Esther, exhaling on full breaths, turned to others, inviting the story to continue the story. Elsa promised to tell this story. The current King Rosalt has gained a crown through the support of the Chancellor, and together they hid one important secret: the truth of Dr. Bert. The king was dissatisfied with the state of affairs, so wishing to have fun, he called the daughter of Chancellor. Then everything happened rapidly and without any hesitation. Obviously, the wife of the king, a princess from a neighboring state, could be aware of it. Because of this, their marriage cracks, and the position of the ruler himself rapidly shaky. However, they managed to hide that the daughter of one of the famous families close to the Chancellor has to do in this case. Outright pressure or force methods were inaccessible to them. As a result, the girl who waited for a baby from a Jinka became the wife of Gordon of the Nonland family. They were the king of this kingdom. She was once a maid at the Chancellor's house, but the aristocrat is not liked. He did not want the guy without his native blood to become an heir. Therefore, on the day of the Chancellor's family reception, this aristocrat was poured into wine and dishes of slow, acting poison. Jin should also be present, but he refused to train with the spear and stayed in the estate when the aristocrat and the maid went away that day. Nothing unusual happened, but together with that girl, the son and husband of Elsa, who worked as servants, were also poisoned. Alex only sighed and noted that it was a real horrible story. Elsa said that the aristocrat, along with Gordon, warned her. If she will at least reveal this secret, then she will die. She exclaimed with despair that she could not even interfere with Mr. Ginks. After these words, it became impossible to restrain the feelings. Tears rolled across her face. Esther assured the girl that she was not guilty, and thanked her frankness. He said that in the end, his brother was almost a ghost for him. Everyone seemed to erase it from memory. Will noted that only 2 of them were dedicated to this secret. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, the royal family is becoming more condemned. Karen noted that the Drasinka was expelled without reason. Because of this, the true origin of Jinky caused dissatisfaction with the crown prince, and chaos reigned in the royal palace. The guy noted that the villa is perfectly focused on the details. He agreed and added, "All the small aristocrats who visit the palace will not give up money in any way and will trade information without hesitation." Hearing these words, Esther has froze with surprise. The guy added that the state of the aristocratic hemorrhoids had deteriorated significantly. After this news, she grabbed her head. Alex thanked the adventure seekers for giving him to descend to the ground. However, as a player in the Tears of the Dragon, he immediately returns to his pillar. He states with bitterness, "This country is like a ship going to the bottom." They ask Esther what he thinks about it. The guy only gloomily flicked and said that there was nothing good in this country. He turned to Karen, the head of the holy tribe, and almost boldly suggested that her take him in the ward. Karen scolded and wondered what he was referring to. Esther added that, moreover, if it happens, then he will be sentenced. He will become a criminal, and will be given to the servant. However, he seeks to become Karen's servant. Be near her, and then she will give him to her brother. In this way he redeemed the guilt of the Nonland family. Elsa exclaimed that she also wanted to become a maid. She confessed that he should not go, and very much wants to stay next to Mr. Yanko. We will ask if they are sure. The boys nodded and hurried to collect things. All this time, the door was listened to the door by the door. He decided that this house had come to an end. In reflection, whether it is worth picking up all the gold and disappearing, it hesitated. Karen looked closely at the boy with a hustle glance and asked if he was ready, as her servant, to obey all her orders. The guy agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, she wore Esther in a maid dress. The guy blushed red and wondered in surprise that all this should mean. Karen smiled happy and testified that everything was the way she wanted. She noted that now he was no longer the heir to the noble kind. She also added that if you do not take care of masking, it will be recognized immediately. It is too well known. Esther was indignant that women's clothing was not required in this situation. Elsa noted that the guy was just wonderful. Esther was confused, not understanding what she was leading. He just added that good that his brother would not see it. A little time passed, and they were already on the cart. Alec immediately recognized, this is the famous crew that was used by Hippocrates from the guild. This time they will have to rush without any stops. Humbling a monster on a leash, they moved rapidly. Karen confessed that she was still experiencing the consequences of the injury. The guy exclaimed that she was a real demon. In his thoughts, Esther remembered his brother, but immediately corrected himself. Now it is necessary to call him Ginka, because they were no longer. In those days in the hometown of Hamilla, life was raging. There were real crowds of people. Interestingly, this place had a loud name, the City of Adventurers. Nina nodded to the side and asked the Lord to look there. Jax reported that they finally got to the labyrinth. The building struck the size. The guy did not expect to see something so big. Jax noted that this building seems to have been here for a very long time. Once upon a time, a huge hole was gathered, and the seekers were filled with the adventures, hunting for all kinds of monsters. This is probably why this place is reminiscent of a small town. Yang warned that unpleasant personalities could happen. However, in general, this place is quite safe. Jink noted that Jan has a great knowledge. He told that he saw something like his parents at home, and even remembered. Sometimes his father took him on trips, during which he introduced him to interesting things. Jan noted that the participants of the competition were ordinary adventurers from different clans. Nina wondered what a clan was. The guy replied that the clan is a merger of travelers consisting of several small units. There are up to hundreds of participants in large clans. You can join the whole group to the clan. This has many advantages. For example, provides access to secure bases. There are many influential persons among Hamel's staff, and some of them use clan support for their own safety. Yang noted that for merchants such a rival poses a real threat. Sometimes it is people who are more scary than any monsters. Nina expressed his hope that they would not have to meet such people. Jax emphasized that first you need to visit the guild and find out more details. They soon reached the guild. Nene exclaimed that she was much larger than the one they used to in Karalte. Ian just smiled and noted that this city was not in vain called the City of Adventure. Going to the building on the part of Jink, he immediately thought that this place reminded him of the food in the shopping center. There was a completely different atmosphere in the air, and people seemed completely unfamiliar. The girl at the reception greeted them and wondered what she was interested in. Jax already wanted to answer that they were adventurers, and suddenly he was interrupted. A drunken man, not believing his eyes, asked if it was not a joke. They say, "Are these two fragile boys together with a girl really adventurers?" He also added that it is better for them to find themselves guard or join the clan if they do not want to find their death right here. He shouted that even here they would be ridiculed. The girl turned to her husband, Philip, asking him to be silent, because she is talking right now. She apologized, explaining that the man had gone a little with booze. Jack smiled and assured that everything was fine, after which he reached out his guild card. Seeing her, the girl was silent with surprise. She exclaimed in front of her a real S level. Jink just thought, again the same. The building was a real stir. The adventurers could not believe what they were heard and wondered if newcomers from their clans were known about it. Jink confessed that despite his rank S, his true skill level is far from the ideal, and many opportunities for further growth were opened. The girl nodded with excitement, and then in a hurry advised him to climb the 5th floor. In her head, the thought was that they must know that the magician came to them. The adventurers in the hall were quite surprised when they were immediately sent to the 5th floor. This is extremely rare. Rising up, the guy finally rested. Nina noted that the sofa is surprisingly soft. Jink was interested in the girl if she was not experiencing excitement. Suddenly, the girl broke into the room and sincerely thanked the woman for patience. She reported that he would be his manager from now on. Her name was Mona. She said that for particularly experienced and influential adventurers in their guild, appoint a special manager. It can be addressed with any questions. It will always help and tell you. Jan immediately realized why he would be jealous. He expressed his hope for long-term cooperation and fruitful work. The girl supported his words and promised to tell about the features of the maze. The most important feature of this maze is the innumerable monsters that wander it with dark corridors. In addition, their bodies disappear quickly after death, leaving only some part. But it takes a few hours, and a new monster grows out of these remains, come to life again. After death, it is likely to get a magic stone or a valuable part of the body. This is called a drop. In addition, Jin can come across armor or magical objects hidden in chests scattered throughout the maze. The young man noted that the maze seemed to be thought out to the little things, as if someone had created it intentionally. The deeper it moves, the more dangerous the monster becomes, so you should act carefully and not be impulsive. None of the adventure seekers get to leave the maze. Inside this intrication is a completely different climate than on the surface, sir. It can be damp, icy cold, grueling hot, or other weather miracles. Therefore, Mona advised either to dry the clothes of the drinkers or to get winter dress. First of all, she stressed that you should not forget about quality shoes. In addition, you should stock up on an additional set of clothing. Yang noted that during the escape or fight, it is easy to get a serious injury that can cost life. Mona supported this opinion and added that if they need adventurers' equipment, it is best to go to the guild store. John believed she was too hard. Mona turned to Jinkin and announced that she had a request from the guild. A certain number of magical stones need to be collected. Stopping at the entrance to the maze, Jininx noted that after last year's war, Kodal has a lack of magic stones in the kingdom. In addition, not all adventure seekers are engaged in their collection. In this world, magical stones play the role of peculiar batteries. With their energy, you can light fire or get water for daily needs. Here is what everyone needs in ordinary life. Nina explained that low-experience adventurers are forced to take care of their safety, so it is incredibly difficult for them to collect stones. But experienced adventure seekers go far deep, hunting for rare values for the entire community. Without it, just cannot do. Jink offered to hunt mucus, because these creatures often leave behind magical stones. Ian noted that for beginners it is a simple and not at all dangerous opponent. Jack warned them. It is not just a training fight, but a real collision. Now it all depends on them. Whatever the spell it applies, their action will be weakened in half. They were in an open place, and around, a single soul. But suddenly, on all sides, they were surrounded by mucus membranes. Jink warned his comrades. Creatures descended just from the ceiling near him. He promised to help with treatment if necessary, but stressed. The most important thing now to destroy mucus. Jink reminded that Nina is on the right, and if it is too dangerous, let him tell him immediately. He advised John to use the sword to get magic. After that, everyone came together. Since Nina was a little awkward, Jinkies reassured her and reminded you of training, urging to focus. In an instant threat to Nina, Jink was not lost. He shot a water arrow that burned the girl. The man strictly ordered, "Move. You get used to quickly, otherwise you will not survive." He also advised to follow the movements of the enemy. Nina nodded obediently, and since then it has become much easier in battle. Meanwhile, Ian was gathered from the monsters. He skillfully cut them through the sword, and then achieved the powerful magic of the wind. Jink praised the team for a great job and promised that they would quickly deal with the monsters. A little time passed, and the enemies began to disappear from the battlefield one by one. Nina noticed that the mucus was disappearing somewhere. Yang, in turn, noted that thanks to the magic, he does not feel fatigue at all. Every time he destroyed the mucus membrane, his body flashed with bright light. Jax noted that if they paid attention to their characteristics during the battle, they would notice that the experience was added immediately after they destroyed the enemies. It seems that their bodies absorb the vital energy of a monster that turns into experience. This time, progress is different from the one they gained during training in the estate, as the level increased in the whirlwind of real fighting. Nina confessed that she had a fear at first, but later her movements became more confident, and now she seeks to achieve a new level of skill. Jax explained that it is not the idea of the level or passing of the maze. He urged the guys to accomplish the task and get the end of this test. Yen noted that according to the map on the third floor, there is a room of snails. Entrance there is strictly forbidden to anyone whose rank is in or lower. The only category for whom other rules apply is magicians. In this room, a variety of monsters can appear, and at the same time a large number. As soon as they penetrate inside, the room will no longer be able to leave the room, either until it passes or until all the monsters are destroyed. Jack assured that he had a potion. Thanks to his charms, she will constantly treat their wounds. If you make all the enchanted objects, based on statistics, it is quite realistic to rise to level B. However, it is important not to forget about caution and not overdo it. They reached the third floor rapidly, but could not understand where all the people went. Suddenly they saw many snails around. Nina confessed that she could not move. Jax was in surprise that these creatures were much more than he expected. He ordered the boys to leave, and then imposed a powerful spell. A giant water whirlwind lifted mucus into the air and carried it directly into the heart of a storm. With one powerful blow, he dealt with them. Jax noted that the confused maze became even more complicated, and overcoming it is not as easy as it seems. Jink noted that the water cyclone consumes many mana. Before the mucus has time to appear again, they had to collect magic stones and jelly. He stretched out to Jan, and he began to quench his thirst, making a sip of water. Nina approached the boy and apologized, they say. It was too early for her to fight. Jink reassured her in response, noting that he was too trusting. He noted that they now had additional experience scores, so their levels have virtually equalized. Ian expressed the opinion that now the most reasonable is to simply collect all the magical stones. Jink wondered if the guilds are not entrusted to correct the characteristics. The adventurer of the rank S, which brings so many magical gems, will be appreciated in the guild much higher. So they destroyed the snails, despite any little things around. Travelers who were accidentally passed could not hide surprise. The characters still fought hard with snails. Moreover, Nina was not standing still. Jake noted that she had mastered a new skill, the skill of having a shield. Now she will be able to become a first-class tank. They destroyed many mucus membranes and have gained a lot of valuable experience. Jin noted that with this level of power, they may well go down even deeper. And Jan recalled that there is a room full of goblins on the 5th floor. Nina confessed that she was afraid to fight the goblins, because they often attacked her village and stayed there for a long time. Jink noted that he did not deserve such a valuable reward, and added that in this room it was awful. He strongly stated that they would not go there. Young reported that there are two options: the 9th floor, where they will be expected by kobolds, or the 15th, where the orcs are found. The reward there promises to be more important, and the unpleasant stench at least less. In the current state of affairs, it will be most effective to hunt joint vessels. Since the orcs have become more powerful, it will have to be better equipped. It is necessary to break the camp and how to prepare, to strengthen the body and adjust morally. Nina exclaimed that they were real adventurers. Jax joked that if the orca meat suddenly appeared, Nina would be able to cook something. Quite quickly, they got the 9th floor and found themselves in the Cobalt Hall. A magical circle was visible near one of the walls. Obviously, this is where the Cobalt resistance point is located. He was put back to the wall to attack Cobalt only on one side. Jink ordered Jan to attack enemies at the same time, both magic and a sword. If it exhausts the battle, Jack promised to replace it. Nini he instructed to follow Jan without a step. At that moment, the monster began to appear from the magical circle. Ian and Nina rushed into battle together. The young man was lightning with the enemies, and Nina was cleverly after him, keeping up with his skill. The girl confidently defended the shield and decisively rushed to the sword. Jax warned that he would lift the water wall, so they would have to come closer. When everyone gathered together, Jink enclosed them with a protective barrier. The monsters could not reach them. He noted that he first used this thing in a real battle, and it is impossible to break through such an obstacle. He advised others to rest and collect his belongings, because magical stones and cobalt knives would only interfere during the fight if not taken away. Nina said that she almost had a break. Jax noticed that something had to be done with it, but first you need to deal with cobalt. The guy exclaimed that the water wall was about to collapse, and then the second round would begin. Jan shared with Gina his thought. He suggested accelerating the case and asking, why not use magic to attack them? Nina is not able to use ordinary magic at all, but if Jink puts magic on her things, then it comes out. Looking at this, the girl gladly exclaimed that she also wanted to master magic. Jink noted that she has a small mana. Jan assured that after receiving her potion, her mana would increase, and then she will be able to support the team. It takes a lot of effort, but the game is worth the candle. The girl wondered if she had to drink a mana potion often, and then nodded, agreeing. Ginkside also gave his consent. He greeted Nina on the fact that she is now a temporary Megan, and now it can use a bottle of water. At that moment, the kobolds had already surrounded them. Jack ordered everyone to prepare, and then together with Ayana began to produce magic shells. The monsters died one by one at incredible speed. Meanwhile, Nina did not lose the opportunity and lively attacked enemies with a water bullet. The feeling of advantage was in favor of her. The girl was noticeably satisfied. Sometimes she stopped to swallow the potion, and at that moment Jink rushed to her instantly. But as soon as it happened, she launched bullets again. Subsequently, Jean again built a water barrier and paused a short pause. Suddenly, Nina burst into tears, saying she immediately wanted to the toilet. The guy sighed heavily, noting that she had drunk too much. Nina was shyly apologized. Jax assured that he was unable to help, and then suddenly created a mysterious box. Nina wondered what it was. The young man explained that he put magic on this magical box and advised her to use it. The girl frozen at surprise. The guy assured that they would turn away and will not look in the direction. She was embarrassed, her cheeks were scattered, and barely audible, she confessed that she was too personal. Suddenly, John also stated that he needed to the restroom. Jink froze from surprise. Nina, a little upset, asked the boys to turn away not to feel awkward. Jake seemed surprising, because she was his maid. On the third day, the boys, along with the orcs, have already moved to the 15th floor. When the orc got a blow to the chest, he fell on the ground breathless. Nina commented on their unexpected victory in surprise. Jax, however, noted that it was still difficult for them to fight the orc. Together, they are able to win, but they should become even stronger. Jan noted that they remained unharmed only thanks to the jam. He now believed that he could overcome his fear of the orcs. Nina, glowing with happiness, kept the meat in her hands and enthusiastically exclaimed that she would not be able to cook it. Jink was surprised to say that they are really going to cook Kidok's meat together. Their growth exceeded all the expectations of Jinka. It was here that they felt like real travelers. The guy noted that it had been 3 days. He suggested that his friends go home after this road. Suddenly, Jan announced that this hall was the head of the orc commander. Jax suggested that Nina would cover his back, and they would attack the enemy with magic with Jan. The boys took the task and went into the room. There, in the middle of a giant magical circle, a monster woke up. Jack was crying to an attack, and they, along with the monster, rushed. Everyone undoubtedly obeyed the Gink teams. At this point, the monster was in vain to evade strokes. Suddenly she pulled it frantically, and Jink, rapidly jumping up, with all his strength to soared straight into the orca chest. Blood rushed as a river, and followed by Jenkins to act. He did not delay and rushed forward, immediately hit the monster around his neck. A moment, and the orc was left without a head that hit the ground. Nina happily exclaimed about the victory, and enthusiastically noted that the meat of the orc general is surprisingly delicious. Suddenly, the girl paid attention to something under her feet. It was round, soft, and had an unusual aroma. Dink was surprised to ask if the orkma was. John's cheeks played a blush, and he stopped to joke. The guy noted that he had seen the same earlier. It was an orca egg. Meanwhile, Nina was already reaching for a mysterious object, but a sharp exclamation of the detail made her stop. Subsequently, the boys went outside, where they were waiting for the famous stew from the orcs from Nina. The girl explained that the orca egg is a real rarity, so she failed to prepare it. Jin laughed nervously, but suddenly a voice came behind his back. Someone noted a pleasant aroma. The young man shouted in surprise that he did not expect such an unexpected meeting. Jink asked who he was. In response, the stranger reproached him for his disadvantage, and then introduced himself. He is a Hatch, a master of a large tree clan, an experienced adventure seeker. He said he was glad to meet the magician. Jack immediately recognized another owner of SSS. In addition to him, this guy also had a unique, rare skill. He was coordinated to find out if it could be obtained by S, having only extraordinary ability. His archery was truly skillful, and Jink was anxious about how dangerous this guy could be. Ian noted that a large tree is the third largest clan. Jink wondered what they really wanted from them. Did he think, is those really interested in the opportunity to invite them to join his clan? The Hatch stopped suddenly and looked over his shoulder. A hungry company of adventurers, who watched Nina's soup with a greedy look. They asked the boys to treat them at least a little food. Lucas told that he returned from the lower levels to have a snack, but it was suddenly attacked by a monster, and because of this, he was stuck for a long time. He was a little ashamed, and he doubted that he would be able to climb the surface if he did not support. Jack believed that the reason was not in meeting with the monster, but in food. However, Luke felt embarrassed among the boys, so he suggested paying them. Dink smiled and replied that it was not necessary. Instead, he asked him to tell him about their plan. Lucas promised to share with me all the information he had. He thanked the drilling for cooperation. Turning to Nina, he apologized and wondered if she could cook a little more meat. The girl immediately agreed. The guy turned to John for help, and he also did not slow down. A little time has passed, and a mountain of various dishes has already stood in front of them. Adventurers ate without holding back tears of joy. Nina, smiling, promised additional portions to those who... Lucas told that, having made his own labyrinth, he fed exclusively dried meat and pieces of bread. And Jin noted that he hid all the products and kitchen utensils in the storage facility. Lucas reported that he would now share the story of the clan. There are two powerful clans in Hamil, by breed and messenger. It is said that along with a large tree there are three main clans, but this is smaller than the other two. The clans are a rigid hierarchy and a constant struggle for power, so these two cannot give themselves advice. Those who do not have the right skills are lowered to the lowest stage of the public ladder. The lower rank participants are crazy and rush into the maze. Those who are unable to pay the entrance fee simply leave a group of adventurers. Those who have left the clan are called traitors. They are no longer allowed to join any of the Gamel genera. Nina wondered if it really matters. Lucas noted that the charter of the guild does not contain such provisions, and this is by no means the official rules of the city. Those who do not like this order just join a large expedition. Their desire is the will. Laka extends a helping hand to those who need it. It is approached by exiles from these two clans. They cut off their heads, and many of them become servants through their own debts. These clans have rather bad glory. Only names differ, and the situation itself is the same rake. There are many of those who need support among the clans, so they almost do not get food, and if they succeed, they avoid intervention. Luke thanked the man for treating and informed that they were going on. Ginky D expressed gratitude for the story. The man, going to leave, suggested, "If everyone goes one way, why not move together?" In the end, the boys did so. Overcoming the long way, they finally got to the entrance to the maze. Jin, glowing with joy, gladly remembered how long such places did not happen. Lucas was enthusiastically noted that the stew from the orca was delicious, and expressed his hope that their paths would intersect. Jink sincerely wished him good luck. Suddenly, Luke warned the guy, "The representatives of the two clans are carefully monitored." He urged Gina to be careful. With these words, Luke went. Jake asked the boys how they liked their first adventure journey in the maze. Nina noted with a smile that she was really fun. Yang added that they managed to raise the level and even make money. This turned out to be much more efficient than hunting a monster in the wild. He wondered if it was possible to gather people in the estate and whether Jink is able to unite his clan. The guy hesitated, uncertain about his own, but understood. It is only worth trying, and everything is possible. He reported that there would be an exam soon, so we should return to the capital, and the boys will be able to rest a little. The next day, the guy was already waiting in the backyard of the Aventurist Guild. He gave Moni many sacks with supplies, noting that all this was possible to collect in just 3 days. He assured that if it was not enough, he could easily bring. The surprised girl hurried to answer that it is not worth it. So much should be enough. Although she was worthy that Jink would have brought more, it was too much. Now it seemed to her that she would have to list all this. And suddenly her gaze caught something interesting. An orca egg lay on the ground, and for that she thanked the boy. Jax explained that they came across it by accident, so he had no idea what she thanked him for. Mona noted that most of the adventurers immediately gave it to merchants, but he decided to convey the find of the guild. Orc eggs usually cost a whole fortune. Jink believed that he was more fond of meat. Suddenly, a stranger stopped next to them and noted that the girl should not bother with eggs. Mona immediately noted that Dan had already come. Jink, in turn, guessed that it was most likely the same master of rank S. The man introduced himself to the leader of the guild named Dan. He praised for the victory over the boss of the dungeon in just 3 days. This is a truly impressive result. Dan stressed that Jink is quite deservedly fulfilled all the conditions for passing the exam on rank B. Dan announced that everyone was waiting for endurance. It is necessary to withstand his attack with a sword for a certain time. Jack had a high rank and had unique skills, so this test would be a real test of his ability to defend himself, based only on his own strength. However, Jink recalled that Villa also spoke about the examination of which it is important to be able to stand up for himself. But even then, the guy confessed that he was still not sure of his abilities. Mona cheered, Even if he does not make an exam, it is not necessary to worry because nothing wrong will happen. Dan unexpectedly stated that he was indifferent to what class or rank this guy belongs, so let him not see and move. That's right, Jink exclaimed, though he did not expect such a reaction. Dan asked if the guy was really confident in his words, because young strengths usually seek to demonstrate their abilities around. The sinister Jink assured that he understood everything and was not going to restrain himself. But immediately Dana warned, let him not blame him for the consequences. Mona asked if everyone was ready and announced that the exam could be started. Jink, meanwhile, asked where to put magical stones. Jack was equipped with all sorts of amulets and objects that greatly exacerbated its physical strength. Jink wondered if he had gone with physical fitness for the usual endurance test. However, he quickly rejected these doubts. They say, let Dan himself complain. Subsequently, they met in the arena. Dan reported that the enemy is allowed to use protective magic or sword. The test will continue until the sand in the clock flask is completely asleep, and if Jack strikes that person, it is immediately disqualified. Once the clock's arrows turned, the guy jumped up for his sword. The test barely started, as Dan immediately went on the offensive. Watching how skillfully Jink reflects every attempt to cause harm, Dan more and more. After one of the unsuccessful attacks, he flew back, and then the judge stopped the fight. The man noted that he had heard of the victory of the Deted over Snow, and now realized how he had overcome the opponent. He added that Jinch created some amount of brown substance. Jack smiled and noted that Dan was a real master. He intentionally chose the wrong goals and rose with the sword, every time complicating the task. And Jins himself noted that training with a living opponent is much more difficult. Dan confessed that he was moving too slowly, so he should accelerate. Adding, he noticed that Jink was barely breathing from fatigue. He was wrong with protection and damaged the sword. Their blades came together in the same place, but this managed to strike several times. Jax justified that he was only defending, so this is not considered a violation of the rules. The audience exclaimed, calling the guy's protection incredible, although in fact they had no idea what was happening. Dan shouted with despair that he had lost, and Jink had successfully passed the rank of B. Grilled from emotions, he confessed that he was about to break. Then he turned to Yuzinka, begging him not to make such a facial expression, because otherwise he would not resist and pay for. Jink suspected that this grandfather was not as simple as it seems. He hid a trick in his look. But suddenly Dan turned to the Drasinka and ordered him to leave, because they had to talk alone. After some time, while in the guild, adventurous adventurers breathed heavily. They were promised work that it should not only be profitable but also safe. They were interested in why to collect magical stones and remains at all. No one could understand who could save such a senseless idea. And the ink only silently passed and smiled mysteriously. Mona met with the boy and greeted him with a temporary rank. She reported that 57,234 magical stones and 4,000 cobalt knives were able to obtain. The remains of orcs remain. It voiced the cost: 108 gold, 87 silver, and 138 copper coins. Dink noted that there was no need to list everything in detail. Mona explained that since it is only a temporary rank B, they can no longer accompany it with safe roads, so he should be kept guarded by himself. Dan added that he did not really need security, because he was able to overcome Snow, even heading the cult. Jink reminded Dan that he needed to talk to him. He asked how Dink evaluates the supply agreement. However, the man just shrugged. He did not think about this issue at all. Then Dan asked if Jink remembers the young man who got to the guild after the fight. At that moment, Jinkies realized, it's about Jan's brother. Swarfully agreeing to let him go, his father suggested that he leave the boy to himself. It was because of this that he appeared here. His father is a merchant who cooperates with the guild. He wondered why not try to negotiate with him in exchange for apology. Jax denied that cooperation with traders will only reduce guild profits. Dan decided that it was only necessary for this merchant to learn about the duty, and he would immediately show interest. After all, in the world there is enough unclean to the hand of traders. Dan explained that it is best to conclude an agreement with proven merchants for the guild. He was convinced of this, but at the same time he assured Gina that he would not lose hope for the child's commitment. His eldest son serves as a mercenary, and the future of the second remains a mystery to Dan. He assured Jake that he should not blame himself for what happened, but stressed they should definitely talk to him. Jink, despite the dislike of the boy, acknowledged that his idea was right. He replied that he understood everything and did not object to the meeting. Dan thanked him and invited him to come to this office in 2 days. 2 days have passed. Gink was walking with Jan and acknowledged that it was probably not necessary to insist that he went with him. He wondered if Jan wanted to see his father. Yang only briefly replied that he was fine. When they entered the room, everyone has already gathered there. Virtua Lorenz immediately noticed John. The guy twisted, and it was not left out of the zinc. After that, the meeting began. John's father, Yoki, apologized and promised to re-educate his younger son, and agreed to conclude an agreement on all conditions. Thanks to Jan's negotiations, they went even better than everyone hoped. Jink thanked him for his help and allowed him to spend this day with his family. Jan thanked the boy. Subsequently, Mimosa's maid, together with Anji, congratulated Juzinka because he finally returned. The guy asked if Jan had not returned yet. The girl replied that now he was with her family. Angie added that Jan was very beautiful and confessed that she would dream of seeing him. Suddenly the girl remembered something important and stretched the boy's letter. Jink immediately recognized that the message came from Chris. In a letter, Chris invited the guy to come to Brand's estate because there were 2 servants who wanted to meet him. Jack did not restrain the loud exclamation, seeing that the servants were called Esther and Elsa. Jink immediately arrived in the royal capital and met with Chris. To a great surprise, the guy suddenly stated that royal blood was flowing in the jerks. Hearing these words, the guy was confused. He did not understand what Chris was saying and asked embarrassedly. Then he added that it is not surprising why he knew nothing, and asked Jen to calm down and listen carefully. He stated that Jack was not belonging to Nonland's family, but in fact he is the king of Rosel's extramarital son. People learned about it, and now a real mess in the royal family is dominated. The kingdom engulfed riots and anxiety. Even before all this happened, Elsa and Esther went abroad. Will and his comrades also announced that they were gone. Dink watched his friends with surprise. He did not understand what was happening, but he wanted to see Elsa and Esther insanely. The man went to a small house, where his dearest was waiting for him. They were sitting in worn clothes, holding pieces of bread in their hands. As soon as the dunner was seen, they immediately fell on his knees. The young man became angry and demanded to find out who caused them. He wanted to hear who brought them to such a state. Karen explained to the boy that it was their common decision. Chris assured Jake not to interpret it falsely. He said he agreed under the influence of his mother and her words. Despite the status of servants, they are treated as ordinary servants, without highlighting in any way. They themselves insisted that they did not touch their wounds. It was a punishment for them, and a kind of apology. Jink could not understand what the apology was. We told the man all the events that happened earlier. They also spoke about the expelment of the DTA because of the approaches of the 2. Now he had to condemn them. Sighing, he confessed that all this was not easy for him. He apologized to Chris and Mr. from Saint, Flame for all the troubles, and also addressed Karen. She just smiled at this and assured that there was no reason to worry, because she liked it as Esther looks like in the maid. Jack turned to Elsa and Esther, who were still standing around, and said that he was glad to see them whole and intact and meet them again. He did not feel any anger, and was not going to punish them. He asked them to raise their heads. Karen ordered Esther to apologize to the dress. The guy got up and sincerely apologized for all the actions of his relatives. Elsa also joined the conversation, warning that he was in danger, so be careful. In response, Jink assured them not to worry, because they did nothing wrong. Esther returned to Mr. Jazinka, and his face immediately faded. The man, barely restraining the fright, exclaimed so she would not even think of saying. He added that it was thanks to Esther that he managed to leave the country safely. He hugged Esther and assured him that they were to take, no matter what, and they would remain for their lifetime. At the same moment, Elsa burst into tears with Esther. The Jinsees were instructed to take care of them. The man thanked his comrades and promised that the rest of the things would be transferred a little later. Dink assured that until Esther was growing up, he and Elsa would take care of him. In addition, he intended to turn the guy into a regular common man. Now, it is probably better to avoid the fate of a regular fugitive from Roselle. This is not the best choice. However, as soon as you belong to the servant of the adventure of the highest, Sss-Rank, no one will dare to touch. Therefore, they will only appear on papers as servants, and nothing more. Esther exclaimed that he would have to serve until the end of his days, and Elsa immediately picked up his words. Jax, with a dissatisfied look, stated that he did not like it. Therefore, 2 were standing on their own. Jack believed that the incidental prince was his younger brother. But as soon as this truth has opened to him, Its characteristics turned into a fallen sea, without a line. Hill reported that according to the information obtained, the King Rosalt and the heir of the throne were removed from the authorities, and 3 places remained vacant. McKeevan also filed for divorce, and her state abandoned the union. The attack on Rosalt was only a matter of time. When it happened, one of the aristocrats has already led to the guillotine. The inspired crowd was chosen by joyful exclamations, and he just repeated that all this was a mistake, and people do not even imagine who he really is. He exclaimed that he did not belong to the land, but in a moment the sword flashed in the air, and everything ended. Another man was brought from the capital of the capital castle. It was only thrown on the shoulders of the cape. He wandering his eyes on the royal palace, he looked devastated. The successful prince wondered if they really wanted him to remain locked in their lives until everything was settled. The king entered the room. Seeing his father, the prince blossomed with joy. However, he asked why he needed to be here, because he could not understand what had happened. Suddenly the king struck a man. The prince was stunned in place. The king exclaimed that if he was silent, the trouble would not have happened. He mercilessly and again lowered the staff to his son until the blood flowed around. The prince wondered if he died. He seemed absurd to die. He believed that his disaster was over the DTA, because it was his presence that destroyed his life. He wanted Jink's death. It was when he was interested in Esther, whether he or she suits his armor. During the expulsion, he took her with him, although it has a very low level. Esther reassured everyone, they say, all right, because it was Jink who gave her this armor, so she was happy. The guy agreed with her, and then called Jan and Nina, instructed to support Esther in the maze. He looked at the current characteristics of Esther. First of all, he was waiting for 3 days in the dungeon with the orcs. He explained to the girl that she needed to climb to such a level to win even the lower tiers of the maze. Ian asked if Esther could immediately fight with orc. To which Esther assured, "It is not necessary to worry, because while in the family of Nonland, he, together with the guards, repeatedly went to hunt for the monsters. On the way, he did not waste time and hunted low-rank monsters. However, this battle had one feature. He had to fight in the costume of the maid. This was the will of Karen. He assured that nothing like this happened. As Esther possessed the magic of the wind, they sought to increase its level of possession of magic, mana, and flesh. Nina wondered whether this means that Esther would have to drink a lot of elixirs. Dink only nodded for confirmation. Nina did not restrain her cheerful smile, imagining how Esther was still awkward because of the relentless desire to run to the toilet. As his mentor, she did not look at him. Meanwhile, the moment has come to the maze and go down to hell. Until they are absent, Angie, Miyoshi, and Elga's care is trusted by the estate. They are full of confidence. However, Jax felt something wrong and insisted that none of them leave the estate. The girls assured Jinka that he has nothing to worry about. In the event of danger, they used the weapon he fascinated. In Hamel, Esther met Mona. This meeting brought her genuine joy. Mona confirmed this and wondered whether the knowledge of the monster with the name was aware. He was already aware of rumors. In this world, sometimes the soul of the dead man is able to turn into a monster. The one who speaks certain words himself turns into a creation whose name will be named. In some cases, the newly made monster retains his memory and mind. Jink understood and noted that it was hardly possible. Mona confirmed his words, adding that the same orc general of level 15, which they won earlier, now became a named monster. The guy was stunned. In the meantime, the orc wanted to deal with training. Jack could not believe that the orc general from the boss dungeon was called a monster. He asked if the level of difficulty for him increased, all because he has gained human consciousness. However, Mona intervened and denied. They say everything is quite the opposite. It became even harder to him, and his forces were noticeably weakened. He remained the same as in his life. His actions are easy to predict, and thoughts can be read like an open book. In addition, it is only necessary to appear in his path, and everything around him loses meaning. Even teams with the lowest rating are able to defeat it. Over time, everyone began to call him a fool. The problem is that the 15th floor is no longer a serious obstacle, and crowds of those who want to move further accumulate at the entrance to the 16th. Because of this, a wave of inexperienced adventurers flooded at the lower levels of the maze, and new disputes broke out between the fractions. However, every day more and more people do not return from a ruthless maze. So now they are in a difficult situation. She appealed to the Deet for help. However, Everything he could use magic. The main thing is not to overdo it. Mona thanked him sincerely for his support. On the 15th floor, Esther was circling the wind around her, and easily overcome the orcs using the magic of air. Ian noted that the guy possesses magic more significantly, and together they managed to overcome enemies much faster. In response, the guy sincerely thanked John. Esther happily noticed that he became stronger, and the training managed to glory. Jax hoped that the fighting would grow, but thanks to magic, only the level increased. Nina noted that Esther had drunk the mana potion, but was in no hurry to the bathroom. She guessed that she may have been going there earlier. Dink did not understand what was being about, and decided that Esther was just used to waiting patiently. In any case, it is thanks to her that he has grown significantly in his skill. After resting, they finally went down to lower the lower levels. Esther explained that it was necessary to defeat that fool. They will have to face the orc general. Jack added that despite his own weakness, he remained. As a last resort, Jink decided to fight on his own. He believed that it was better not to bring Nina with him, because ORU had a special weakness towards girls. They were near the magical circle from which the general climbed. He shouted fiercely that he would destroy the drill. Esther, in a stunned, exclaimed and asked why she mentioned her brother's name. Jim understood who it was and shouted that Elliot, who returned, was in front of them. Esther wondered if he was really revived, and Jan asked if this benefactor was familiar with May. Jin confirmed it, adding that he behaved like a fool. Elliot, without hesitation, moved to the man and stated coldly that he would destroy him. Jink loudly stated that he was his opponent, so he would certainly destroy him. Without spending time, he threw a fiery ball at the enemy. He rushed at him with an attack, but it did not cause any reaction. The man tried to use fiery magic, but managed only to a minor effect. Suddenly Orc looked at Esther, confusing the boy with the girl. He rushed to him instantly, shouting that a woman was in front of him. Esther became angry. Raising the spear, he struggled with the orca with all his power and shouted loudly that he was a real man. The monster suddenly froze, embarrassed by an unexpected difference, the spear sticking out in his chest. Jink strictly warned Elliot not to lose his vigilance, because he was his opponent. The orcs raised the noise, shouting the name of that guy. He swung, trying to strike, and Jake cleverly evaded and hit him just on his head. Jake's skull monster flew through a rapid movement. After that, the creation immediately fell dead. This meeting was a real surprise for the dummy. At that time, Nina saw that an egg had fallen out of the mysterious creature. Jack immediately mentioned Mona's warning. Elliot was the main one. The young man did not want to take care of this egg. He was strongly understood. Did Elliot leave this legacy that had a passionate temperament during his lifetime? Esther was resting the words of Villa. The hereditary prince fell. He asked if he was executed. Jax noted that the soul that is not resting could turn into a monster. It happened with Elliot. The souls of the monster and everyone who died in the maze Gamil is doomed to stay there forever. He himself will be reborn again and again, gaining new experience and enriching the trophies, to hunt the adventurers every time again. After spending a lot of time in the dungeon with the boss, the boys finally completed their test. Now they have moved to the most popular place without unnecessary reflection. After a short but intense fight, when Jack was barely breathing, because the forces left him every minute, they eventually got the destination. They were on the 20th floor. Here was a real eagle mine. Numerous adventurers with picks on a reverbie were digging the land in search of valuable resources. Jan noted that many people had come here. Jax added that you can come across a variety of crystals in this place, from emeralds to diamonds. He suggested that the boys make money. Esther immediately stated that he would be engaged in ore extraction. Nina also expressed this idea with him. Jax noted that he had taken several hacks with him, but did not get rid of everyone. Working in the mine requires considerable effort. The children agreed. Esther was armed with Kyle and went to extract crystals. Suddenly, Jan approached her and asked if the guy could do it. Yang noted that there is nothing valuable here, so it is better to go where he pointed out. Esther wondered the cause of such confidence. Yen reported that he took advantage of the evaluation skill and was sure that there is a full emerald in that place. Jax noticed that it was nothing, so without even noticing how the guy used his skill. Nina promised they would certainly check everything there. After a few energetic blows, Nina's shawls with delight noted how many green stones here. Esther in response happily exclaimed that it was an emerald. Jack thought that all this was just because they were still children. Ian laughed loudly, looking at a pile of stones. It seemed to the jam that he had fun in his own way. They wondered in ingrate whether he would take to dig. He confidently confirmed and added that he wanted to try. There are many stones left in that place, and he decided to gather it differently. Suddenly, he climbed a goal. Jink decided to train in the magic of the earth and created a golem himself from these debris. Esther exclaimed it was just incredible. Jink noted that in order to hold this item, a mana was needed. Although he has not yet learned how to completely control the artifact, this pillar could already be used. As emphasized in the guild, the more he has, the better he protects against traps and arrows. He noted that this item can serve as a shield and allows you to safely pass through intricate traps. Gol has other abilities. Now they can help to extract even more ore. Suddenly, Dink caught some suspicious sounds. Yang wondered what a noise. Two men were argued nearby, not sharing who owned the territory. So John addressed them. Do they not hide something important? Jink said they are now like adults. You need to hurry up and finish the matter. The cheerful treasure search was spoiled. A little time passed while the boys got the 21st floor. This place was known as the Steppe. They were amazed at how much it did not look like the whole maze they passed before. Nina noted that their environment was reminiscent of the street. Jax added that for some reason bright light reigns throughout the day. The real maze of riddles. Green cows grazed there, and Drasinka gladly tasted their meat. Esther noted that he liked orche meat. Then Nina asked if they had already tasted both. The disc confirmed this, adding that it was so in the time they belonged to the aristocracy. It is a sophisticated rarity because you cannot buy this everywhere. Nina wondered if they would hunt them. Jan crashed into a conversation, confessing that he was hungry. And Jink mentioned Mona's words that fewer people were returning from the maze, and thought that someone intentionally put everything in their place. He told the boys that they were waiting for a beef dish today. Meanwhile, the giant ants were entrusted to the corpses of people nearby. Jack cleverly killed the cow, after which he disrespectfully noted that the meat was not worth the taste. However, he added that this would be enough for the needs of the guild. Nina confidently announced her turn. Esther said she was ready to help her. They cooked a delicious dinner together. After dinner, Jink thanked for the treat. Ian confessed that the dish exceeded his expectations. Nina was also satisfied. John noted that there are a white cow and even a minotaur. In total, there were many monsters similar to cows. White cow meat is almost indistinguishable from green meat. Both varieties are similar in taste. In addition, her milk is surprisingly tender and delicious. What can you say about the meat of the minotaur? It is completely devoid of taste and is valued only as an item. The monster's axe is too heavy to use it. Suddenly, Jink reported Esther that he increased his skill in the control of wind magic. He suggested that now this guy could create a real whirlwind. Esther also noticed it and assured that it would be useful to them. Drugs Inc. noted that their range is inferior to the variety of cyclone. As soon as he suggested that it was time to go, as suddenly their attention was attracted by two strangers who appeared on the field. The man hugged his wounded companion, filled with blood, and quietly assured that the exit is quite close. Jink wondered if everything was fine with them. The man asked who they were, and then noted that it was better for them not to go there. Jack did not understand what was happening. The man explained that these ants live in these places. They were just not lucky. They accidentally came across their group. The guy wondered what happened to others. The man replied that they were able to survive only, while the rest remained in a state of freezing. Jink mentioned that he had never faced ants. He told the man that he would use medical magic while they would tell him about local monsters. The man thanked him and noted that although there were few enemies, but they acted harmoniously, lining up in rows, and therefore it was not easy to strike them. Their weapons were sharp claws, and they also had poison, extremely unpleasant to the touch. Jink wondered their weaknesses. The man replied that their skin was extremely strong, but they were afraid of fire. Jink was just curling. He did not have the best thing with the flames. Basically, they have the magic of air and water. They were failed. The ants fiercely defend their queen. To overcome the 24th floor, you will have to collect a considerable team of magicians and go with the clan. The wounded man assured that he was already feeling better and thanked the boys for his help. Those reported that they were going to go. However, the boys emphasized that they would not rely on success. John wondered in Yanka what happened. He only nodded, calling them to move on. He assured that he would soon reach the 24th floor, but emphasized that it should not be neglected. After reaching the 24th floor, they were among the many cows. Esther wondered how much else she would have to go. Jax replied that they are only in the middle of the floor, because the anthill is really huge. Suddenly, the weavers of carpets scared in a hurry. Jack felt a slight trembling vibration under his feet. Nina's face pale, and she alarmingly pointed her hand to the side. Around the adventurers swing many ants. The girl with a staff desperately favored protection, calling for the help of magical magic. One of the ants died, but the other splashed at the girl with acid, forcing her to scream from unbearable pain. Jink was thinking about how their magic can be used in this situation. They were much more than he imagined, at least 5,000 ants. The children were confused and covered with panic, began to ask what was happening. Suddenly Jan quit. If they do not save those people, they will be able to avoid death. Jack is instantly faded. Children who are confused began to ask, what did he mean? Jink agreed with Jan. It seemed to be the smartest way out. But children, especially Nina, would not be able to put up with the reproaches of conscience, leaving strangers in trouble. Suddenly, Jack exclaimed that they would fight. He ordered the elixirs to equalize their chances. Everyone quickly gathered and went to battle. Jack felt the responsibility for everyone's life was lying on his shoulders. As a real leader, he had to keep up so that everyone could survive. The adventurers who retreated in a hurry ordered the boys to flee too. Jack's assured that they restrained the ants and distract them, giving others precious time. One of the adventurers of adventure disdainfully stated that it was a futile affair, and asked if there were magicians among them. Jink had fun in response that if it gets too hot, they would just give a draft. The adventurers thanked the man and hurried to flee. Dink raised his hands up and caused a powerful water whirlwind that strengthened the tornado from the air created by Esther. The ants scattered under the pressure of guys who did not spare their strength. Jan and Nina fought desperately, but the insect horde became no less. Jink emptied a vial with potions, nervously glanced at numerous enemies around. Their Achilles' heel is fire, but now it is impossible to call a flame for him. He still has enough mana and yang to keep on, while children are already in need of resting to restore strength. The guy called Esther and Nina, then lifted a water barrier around them. He assured his comrades that everything was fine with him, and advised them not to worry, but to drink potions and restore strength. He feverishly thought about how to proceed. If you continue to fight in the same rhythm, the finale will be tragic. They do not survive. It turns out that the queen had to be destroyed earlier. If they destroy the queen, the victory will be behind them. She is big and staying behind. However, he thought she was too far, and now he should get to her somehow. If you look closely, they could see other physique creatures. He immediately distinguished their commander. To distract the monster, he decided to use the Orcmation carcass. He was lightning in her sword, and then threw straight to the opponents. While the monsters lost their vigilance, he rushed forward, directly to the commander. The monster managed to release the acid, but in the next moment, Jinky cut it in half. So he deprived the life of the main enemy. At that moment, a panic came among the ants. Jink did not hide the joy of seeing their fear. He hastily called Jian to. When the guy appeared, Jax explained that he needed to dispel the meat of orcs with wind magic. If he copes with this task, you should immediately go to the attack on the commanders and use spells for combat at a distance. Esther and Nina suddenly emerged from the dome. Both expressed their desire to join the fight. They decided to support John, laying his way to the queen with the help of magical attacks from distance. Jax stated that he should only get closer to her, how she would instantly destroy him, and in the meantime, they should distract themselves. The boys unconditionally agreed to execute the order. Yang pulled out all the meat and began to throw pieces into the air one by one. Ants rushed to food rapidly. Meanwhile, Nina with Esther lifted the hurricane of the wind, which swept the insects into the air and dispelled their army. Meanwhile, John was running a fierce battle with monsters. At the same moment, Jinkis almost reached the queen and released a water tornado. As he approached the giant queen, he stopped immediately. Its dimensions were impressive. It was several times exceeding the djinn. The young man thought that although the queen was not distinguished by exceptional abilities, his blade is unlikely to cause her serious harm. The queen splashed acid trying to injure Jake, but he cleverly bounced sideways, while prejudiced to a dangerous attack. He created a fireball and launched it directly into the queen's head. Hardly the flames touched her, the queen screamed and immediately rushed to Janink. The guy avoided shocks, rushed to the side, and she tried to injure him constantly. Jing noted that her attacks were too rude and ill-considered. It was quite easy to dodge. However, he still had no idea how to harm her. The problem was that he could not move faster. But suddenly he was illuminated. He can use dance techniques. A large body will not rotate in a small area. He had to move to keep her under control. Moving rapidly, Jinkies began to break the queen's joints, causing devastating blows on her legs. But suddenly a few soldiers' ants rushed at him, pouring the opponent with caustic acid. It was so stunned by Jinka that he shouted in confusion so that he was not disturbed. But suddenly a strong whirlwind of air lifted a hurricane and threw a crowd far away. Ian, restraining himself with the help of magic, loudly ordered the children not to let the ants into the Janaki. The children obediently fulfilled his instructions. After these words, Esther Starhead rushed into battle. The boys felt tension to the limit, and there was almost no time, and the stocks of mana with potions were already coming to the end. At that moment, Jink again resorted to a magical blow to overcome the Queen of the Ants. She, without surrender, rushed into the counterattack, but he cleverly evaded, moving lightly in different directions. The Queen took a step towards Jinka, but suddenly her legs were shaken and scattered on pieces. Jig exclaimed that even armor would no longer save her. At this point, Jan, together with his comrades, restrained the onslaught of the ant horde. The Queen tried to impress the dress with acid, but he cleverly evaded and ordered her not to resist. The young man moved lightly, constantly causing accurate and rapid blows to the Queen. In the end, he broke the horns on her head. Jack acted, knowing that if she faints and loses her legs, then nothing would be able to do anything. At the same moment, the air pierced the Queen. Jack immediately rushed forward and attacked the opponent with a fierce determination, skillfully cutting her armor in half, along with the Queen herself. The Queen made the last breath, and at the same moment her life went out. Seeing this, the ant army swept a real panic. While the boys continued to stand on guard near her body, ants gradually began to dissipate. They noticed how insects one after another hurry. Nid looked around and reported that this happened after the king's death. Esther ran to a joyful news. His brother is safe and feels good. Jink sighed with relief, noting that the main thing, they remained intact. It seemed to him that this time everything was successful. But he understood well. It would be worth at least one mistake to make, and their bodies would remain in the maze forever. He exclaimed that he was too careless, and then apologized. Jan stopped the dunes instantly, assuring that they were glad to save them. Asters noted that in the end their business was successful, and now they have to lose. They agreed with this, and using the magic of the wind, began to collect their things quickly to come out. Nina noted that the calculation would be a difficult task. Esther noted that after winning the rank of rank and the same queen, Jink is likely to receive the rank of A. Jin thought and admitted that he could not answer, because everything happened too rapidly. Of course he defeated her, but in the end it was only one queen. In just a few days later, at the Guild of Guild, the guy thought that he could eventually get a good guide from the management for making Ensavankora a foolishly dangerous. Mona told that the guy competed with the whole army of ants. Information emerged that Dink has come to the rescue of the rank B. In gratitude, he hands them 3 platinum coins. Jink pretended to be about 300,000 yuan, and in surprise he wondered if such a reward was too generous. Mona said that they were rescued from ominous monsters, and all this at a market price, because this is how the cost of life is determined. The help was no less important. They realized, without a training, they would probably not survive. The guy nodded, they say, understood everything, and then sincerely thanked Moni for his frankness. The girl with sadness noticed that people always die. Sleeping, she told Jin that he was an extremely valuable magician, and she would not want to hear about his death at all. The young man remained silent. The moness got up and confessed that it was she who begged him to come to the rescue. She sincerely apologized to such a great danger. Jin assured that she should not talk about it because he sought to reach everything on its own. He stressed that there is no guilt of it. The girl came to the door, promising to call the head of the guild. Opening the door, she noted that there were really many more people who wish him life than he could imagine. Saying it, she firmly came out and slammed the door. Nina noted that Mona was angry. Jack noticed genuine anxiety on her face, and this, strange way, was pleased. After that, Dan came to the room and turned to Mr. Chaklin. He noted that he heard about how he opened all his secrets. He noted that Jink has overestimated his own strength, threatening not only himself, but also his comrades, although he saved people at the same time. And he added, if Jink is so longing for death, why not get back to Rolpus? Esther grabbed her feet and asked indignantly how Dan dared to talk to her brother so. He also stated that he was indifferent who was the leader of the guild here. Jack was in a hurry to stop his brother, and then agreed with Dan, admit that he was right, and promised to be careful. Dan called all this an absurdity, and then ordered the didder to think about his behavior. Only the mark, in fact, means. However, Dan today had an important message for the guy. Jink did not hide astonishment. Dan said he recently received news from the head of Guild Colt. Aristocrats from Rosalt arrived in Colt. The guy did not hide astonishment. Dan explained that 4 people dressed in traders were approached with a request for support. It turned out that one of this company was actually an aristocrat. They were put on an adventurer to keep everything under control. According to the supervisor's report, it became known that their purpose is to return the slice. This is what King Risalto seeks. They would like, said Esther, but they cannot. Jink asked why Dan told him about it. The man explained. If everything happened within the law, the guild would keep a secret, no matter who demanded it. However, they decided to give up. He noted that it is necessary to act strictly within the law, and the guild always adheres to neutrality in international conflicts. According to him, this is their personal business. Gin realized that he should notify the ruler about this event. He asked their names, but Dan replied that they did not know how to call them. Then Gin asked about his own assumptions about the names of the arrivals. Jake thought. It would seem that if he was really wishing to proclaim the crown printer, an official royal delegation would arrive. However, they instead penetrated secretly. And then he suddenly exclaimed that he had unraveled their plan. The Marquand Butanal is the second person after the Governor-General himself. Among the common people, he is known for his cruelty and ruthless behavior. Dan noted that, fortunately, Batunil did not know about the stay of Ginka in Gamel, and is now searching for him in the capital. Hearing this, Jink was thinking about writing a letter from Chris and the Holy Tribe. He was also concerned about the idea of resetting servants from his home to Brando's estate. Suddenly, Mona turned to Drasinka, saying that she had a question. The guy wondered what exactly was about. Mona explained that, according to the members of the HARP team, they collided with ants because of the desire to escape from the battlefield, to avoid guards and envoys. She wondered if it somehow prevented the boy with an investigation. Jink thought and replied that it did not create much difficulty. Though as soon as they noticed Quark, the production immediately stopped. Afterwards, they moved on. Mona sighed heavily, noting that even Jinx of the highest rank S was not immune to such, not to mention others. She wondered if they did not want to complain to the heads of both clans. Chink nodded as a sign of consent, although at the same time he noted that these clans only interfere with the guilds. Suddenly, he heard Dan, frowned his eyebrows, thinks about how to get out of custody. Jink wanted to ask Dan, but he stood up sharply and shouted how much it was. Sighing, he stated that he no longer had cases with them, and strictly warned them in the future not to risk this way. Janinx just remained silent on these words. Meanwhile, a man lifted a glass of middle age loudly, shouting something about who really was the fool that the mocker was so indignant. Like, if it concerned a worthless family, then attention could not be paid. However, such was not allowed to do with Sss-Rank. This place belonged to the envoy. Outraged exclamations were heard. They should be punished. There are few people in the 4th detachment, so it was impossible to return Harvard by order. Harvard, along with the 3rd Squadron, went to explore the maze, and everyone understood that if he had learned about it, the troubles would not be avoided. In the end, they realized that they needed to act. They offered to warn everyone to keep away from Jake. They came to the conclusion that it is not necessary to get in touch until Harvard returns. At the same time, a meeting was also held in the clan house, beyond prison. It was said that the guild expressed dissatisfaction through their clan and racers. The indignation was due to the fact that the Drasinka was stopped. They were not interested in disputes over the territory. Now there were much more important cases. Suddenly, one of them stated that the kingdom of Nadsar had ordered them to kill the dress. Outside the tight walls, there is a large clan association of adventurers based in Hamil. Their leaders from the neighboring Nadu were instructed to go to the Kingdom of Wheels. They urgently needed to get rid of the sorcerer. However, for Princess Melissa, the task of bringing his son-in-law to Nadsar seemed almost impossible. Elliot expelled the dressing. It will be extremely difficult to pull this guy to Nadsar, and if left in this condition, he will be a serious threat to the country. Before the danger on his part grows, they must get rid of it. For the failure of the task, they shine death. All you have to do is find out who would be sent on this dangerous journey. Everyone is well aware of those who dare to explore the maze. That is why one of the men in the raincoat himself announced to take up the case. He was rumored that all the magicians, masters of their craft. If he is not a special grade killer, it is simply unable to accomplish this task. The man was ordered to disguise under one of the messengers and continue the task. Even if he is mistaken, Jink will still decide that one of the messengers did it. If the relationship between the messengers and the magician deteriorates, it can cause great harm to the Icy Kingdom. He should be careful. It takes a few days, and the boys gather together again. Yang shares the news. Thanks to the battle with ants, they managed to raise their levels. Moreover, the level of magic John has already exceeded hundreds, and it is worth mentioning the level of Radar Zenko rose. Because he gave them enchanted objects with special skills, they became a real find for the team. Nini also turned 13. She asked Esther to address her older sister. Jax noted that the girls had strengthened and were able to cope with the test where the ants lived. They gathered on the 26th floor. If they get a safe place, obsessive ants will leave them alone. The cold zone starts from the 26th floor. As Mona warned, it will really be winter. Here, all inexperienced adventurers stop and do not dare to move on. That is why Jink has purchased warm clothes. It was a whole new experience for John. Esther wondered if it was the same Cole. In fact, there are no special differences between the climate Rosalta and Cole. There is no change in the seasons in these parts. The soft, gentle climate prevails here all year. However, Jink knew well what a cold was, because he kept memories of Ginkuro, who once lived in Japan. He noted that this time he would not look for fossils or various objects. The main priority is to explore the new floor. Together they overcame the monster, after which 8 went on. Soon their journey was borrowed. The group reached the 26th floor. Here, Jin, like everyone else, immediately felt a shrill cold. He noted that by winter in Japan is still far. If they stop, they run the risk of freezing to death. So they decided to quench the wind and raise the temperature. Jink raised air support and warned the boys. It is not necessary to waste the strength. There will be almost no rest in the dungeon with a boss. The situation is difficult, but there is no time to delay. It is necessary to act quickly. While they were hiding from the snowstorm, Jan suddenly noticed how tigers began to sneak up on one side. The monster, hungry and angry, rushed to the boys. Jink released them with water arrows, causing injuries, and Jan gradually ended the attack with a sharp air blade, finally destroying enemies. Jan noted that due to weather conditions it is unlikely to be able to eat prey. Hunting in such a cold turns into a real darkness. At the same time, the driver of the driving was more like frozen sherbet than real water. Nina wondered what sherbet was. The guy was surprised. It seems that in this country they did not hear about such sweets. Suddenly, he was thought out, and he exclaimed with delight that he had an idea that Nini would probably like. It took a while, and they reached the 30th floor. There was already an underground boss. To prepare for the fight, the boy took 2 days to improve his physical shape. Then he wondered how other adventurers usually overcome this enemy. Suddenly, he pulled a pile of metal left after the alchemical experiments on creating the same goal. Esther was surprised. He picked up the snow and poured it inside the barrel. She wondered what it means. Jax replied that he wanted to do a small experiment, and they would learn more about. In the dungeon, the boss was much warmer, so they didn't need winter clothes. Suddenly, Acrocanto suddenly emerged in front of the door. Jan warned everyone to be careful. He can bite. If he eats someone, he will die right away. It is not easy to defeat it, because it is almost impossible to hit a direct blow. To win, they needed to avoid struck and attack. When the monster moved to the attack, Jake suddenly created an air storm. Although it took a lot of time, he was able to increase the spell to unprecedented power. Jack created a water tornado, hoping that it would be enough. If not, he was already aiming to blind the enemy with an arrow. We were all 4 of us in a coordinated manner using magic. Unexpectedly, the monster fell, roared, and began to bite blood. It stunned the Ditter. Just so, unexpectedly, a monster, and died. Yen confessed that the victory was a surprise for them, but they still managed to get it. Jax added that although he had no special skills, he still thought that it would be much more difficult because of his characteristics. Esther noted that the power of magic is changing. With the increase of level increases the skill of imposing magic. Jack felt that his abilities have become more powerful than ever before. The boys were getting up. He reassured everyone, promising that a safe area, where could finally be resting. There were many people gathered in this place who placed their camps. Jack decided that they killed someone because these people look either messengers or fugitives from under custody. Suddenly, someone loudly exclaimed the name of that guy. The guy approached Azinka and stated that he was a lion from an old tree. This guy also threw the orcs. Jack immediately recognized him. The line wondered where they could go, because near the two clans are unlikely to be resting. As soon as the boys finished cooking, Jink treated a large tree with a treat. It was a white cow milk. The boys did not deny. The children tasted him and immediately plunged into a dream. They were so exhausted. Even adults are difficult to withstand the harsh cold of these places. The guy wondered how much time Leon was here. He explained that the third detachment provides all the first and second necessary and still connects to the surface. They could not just leave. There were 3 more detachments from other clans. It was these commands that supported the first and second detachments that operated on the lower floors. Jack believed that sometimes they were delayed there for a whole month. He suspected that during this time they were stinking. Jack felt what the man thinks about. The lion noted that you would not do anything. Since the water was extremely valuable, it was only prescribed for drinking, and it was not possible to dream of bathing. Jack suggested to exchange this thing for lower-level information. From the 31st to 35th floor, the real tropical jungle extends. According to Leon, many adventurers were cut off in icy lands. From now on, even the guilds are little aware of the situation in that region. Rumors claim that one of the clans tries to make information about these territories with its monopoly to sell it. Jink thought that the assembly of the map and the guide on the jungle could be a good source of profit. He passed the water and thanked Lean. The boy wished the Drasinka good luck. At this point, someone followed him. A real jungle opened on the 31st floor in front of the boys. They immediately felt that everything was different here. There was a new zone ahead. From the cold climatic strip, they got into the heat and dampness that pierced the air. Their task is to explore the terrain, collect information, and make a map. If you sell this guild data, you can earn a good money. He considered it not difficult and suggested that they try. Nina replied that it would be advice, but the heat was unbearable. Jink nodded and got a barrel filled with snow. Among his cold hugs, he pulled a white sherbet from a special cow milk brought from Drasinka. The boys asked what it was, a wonderful dish. The guy reminded Nina how she once admitted that she was trying to find out what sherbet tasted. So, not to mention the word, he secretly prepared this dessert in a safe area. Nina tasted and noted that it was incredibly delicious. You also liked it. Drasinka advised, to prepare it is necessary to add sugar to the milk and cool the mixture. The milk is already fat enough, so the cream is superfluous. Yang noted that with such an original dish, you can safely go for sale. No one has tasted this. Jin noted that for that world, it is a usual dish. Esther, interested, asked him about the details, but Jink confessed that he just found this information in the library. He also came up with a way to cool them. It is enough to wrap the jelly mucous membrane in the tissue. If you put it in your pocket or on the head, the mucous membrane will gradually become more cool. Jan thought about how much they would cost them. They already decided to go, but it was important to stay together. The boys looked carefully in the thicket, standing side by side. Suddenly, Jan froze in place, barely breathing. Just in front of them, 2 people swore, discussing the task loudly, to remove Jake. The Princess King also seek to deprive him of his life as soon as possible. Jink wondered if this was the result of the intrigue of the former queen. Suddenly, he learned that all the rumors of the Jink seems to be true, and these words belonged to the leader of the guild. Ian looked at the man. The head of the guild was Dan. The boys discussed how they would kill them. One of them seemed that not all members of the clan were spies, but it is possible that some simply traced them in the maze. Nina suggested that Dan could be a traitor. Jack warned them. Nothing can be allowed to understand that they are already aware of attempted attempt. The guy noted that Yang with Esther was grabbed on the fly, but Nina was like an open book. The girl was indignant. Such words are rude, it can always be relied on. Returning, Mona was stunned. Weanless, free from guard, explores the surrounding area. Dan was surprised that for 10 years he could not understand what is the matter. The boys were silent for a moment. Jink wondered how they would act on. If you are involved in this case, he added, the king of the state should be immediately announced. Dan stated that if someone intends to substitute over, he would simply not allow it. According to Dan, even out of prison, there are many good reasons to get rid of them, and spies are far from the only one of them. Earlier, he noted that the guild was neutral, so the issue should be left for the state. It is it that it should catch the killers. Dan agreed to go with them to the maze. They did not have enough something to finally overcome the clan. It was necessary to catch enemies on the hot, and Dan had to witness this event. Jack decided that Dan was seeking to catch them, but in fact it was a great opportunity to deal with other guilds. So he, without hesitation, agreed to go with Dan. Esther jumped and asked with anxiety whether Dan really knew nothing. The man only nodded to confirm, adding that he knew only one. The finale would be good. Esther suggested going together, but Dan insisted that he would take care of his provision on his own. The man, for his part, wondered whether Esther trusts him. He recalled that for many years he has been leading the guild, and promised not to interfere unnecessarily. After the decision to go on a trip the next day, Dan said goodbye and left. He remembered how his brother told him about his accession to the Free Clan. It was a large and influential community, and brother immediately invited Dan. The man sought to become a real brother. Meanwhile, Jink led a letter to the king, then pulled out of the ampule with a serum of truth. Medicines created not by Lin Dynasty. He grabbed them with him, running into exile. Did this moment really come? Like a nobleman, he should act decisively. However, the emotions of Gin Kuro restrained his intentions. The life of Esther and her comrades depended on this. The next day, everyone gathered together. Usually at this time here is crowded, but thanks to this time they managed to go through the crowd. The man wrapped in rags, explaining that he should be disguised so that he was not recognized. Jax only shrugged and noted that with a wig, the effect would be much better. That guy presented this bracelet, endowed with enhanced physical strength. Yen was aware of whether he was confident in his decision, because he would further increase the level of Dana with rank. Jax insisted that they move together, and he had nothing left to agree. He did not take his eyes from Dan, but nevertheless, their rivals were stronger. When Dan gave a sign, they went to the 15th floor. Already on the 14th floor, Dan felt fatigue. He wondered if they always passed the maze so rapidly. The boys only confirmed his assumption. But Jink recalled as Dan remembered. Their next meeting should be this tribe. At the same time, Dan asked not to hurry, because he was 40. Jink reported that it was time to take a break. Dan was happy to pass everything he gave, and was enthusiastically shared with Nina. He tasted him extremely. Suddenly, Jink asked if Dan was surprised. The man jokingly asked if the Lord himself went down from heaven to bring him a surprise. Jax, without unnecessary words, stated that it was a serum of truth used by Nonland's family. He took it to apply against the members of that clan, but how effective this remedy is, he is unknown. Jink extends a bottle to a man sitting on the ground and explains that the serum should be diluted with water. He states that as soon as they drink this mixture, the Jack will go out to the duel with this man. At that moment, his brother and young man addresses his friends. Jink decides to talk until everyone tastes a drink. He talks about possible side effects, noting that he has a concentrated serum, but the hero does not have no idea what amount you need to dilute. Jink wants to experiment in order not to make a dosage mistake. The low guy tries to stop the dinner and his companion. He warns that if the Jack drinks the wrong dose, it can have bad consequences for him. His brother claims that the junk and that man have an antidote, so they are able to get rid of serum. Jim states that he first tastes serum. He promises, if a man wins, he will receive a platinum coin and will be able to share the meal with them. The musicians looked at the Jinka and asked if he was sure of his decision. He replied that it was not empty words. Their step is really serious. Jack looks strictly at the man, reminding him that he is the head of the guild. Recognizing that this man is involved in cases with the loss of prisoners, Jack suspects him. They know almost nothing, so they cannot trust the leader of the guild. That is why he wants to find out the truth as soon as possible. The man finally realized what the guy leads to. He asks whether Jack really believes that he is somehow involved in escape from custody. The guy realizes that his words may seem sharp, but still confirms his intentions. That is why he decided to take the risk. He asks if the guilder agrees. He nods as a sign of consent. He confidently points to himself and requires that Jink does not underestimate his capabilities. Belief in his own strength, the hero states that he is able to cope with any drink. Interesting views do not break away from him until Jink puts various vessels on the ground. He does so simply under his nose with the leader of the guild, and then pours the serum. Jin takes the bowl, drains it to the bottom, and his eyes open his eyes with surprise. To him begins to give up an annoying whisper. in the minds heard in bad words that stir up the soul. Jack suddenly puts the cup on the ground and cough up. The leader of the guild keeps closely behind him, and then he raises his cup and drinks everything to the bottom. The leader of the guild wide open the eyes and then grabbing the abdomen begins to moan. Several times it is gunning and asks Gina whether he wants serum. Jink again takes the bowl and continues to drink immediately, and the man imitates it in every movement. At some point, he suddenly became completely bad. The man stood on his knees in the water, looking around and trying to understand how he was in this place. Suddenly, the water began to slowly wrap the man's legs. In silence, he heard a voice that turned to him, calling his brother. The voice asked, "Why didn't you stop me?" The man did not understand what was happening. He mastered him when the water, as if alive, swept his body, slammed his movements and did not allow him to escape. The voice was getting louder. Suddenly he began to shout that it was because of him that he had died. Suddenly, a spooky grimace of an unknown creature appeared in front of him. The mention of his brother sharply pierced consciousness. He realizes that he should stop him, but could not. After all, the brother was truly happy, becoming a participant of Outside the Guards. The man regretted separation, and at the same time sincerely glad for his brother, who finally fulfilled his dream. However, it took a long time, and fate brought them together again, but the brother was cruelly disappointed. Then the man realized he should have warned his brother so that he did not bend the stick. The man learned of the death of a brother who tragically died in the maze during an accident. Gifted people from the community who find themselves in liberty often disappear. At first he did not want to believe it, but Jink was able to convince him. Nanzar residents behaved extremely cruelly. He watched how a powerful clan grows. Even after guild headed, there was no step forward in revealing this secret. He could no longer treat exiles and aristocrats as before. Having learned about their crimes, he decided not to flee from the truth. The man had no right to allow them to kill themselves. He had to protect the dinner and his comrades. At that moment, he opens his eyes and tries to look after the experience. At the same time, Jinkies, along with friends, watch him closely. The man comes up from the ground and asks whether he has lost consciousness. He is interested in whether he did something unreasonable under the action of serum. Jink and his head apologize to Dan, confessing that he really did something reckless. His friend also mentions his indentation, apologizes and states that he is ready to accept any punishment. Dan smiles and reassures him. There is no reason to worry because it is him, Dana, guilt. He hid himself that he was no longer in custody. One of the friends of Dressing notes that the assumption of Dan's conspiracy with those who are in liberty was false. Dan rises from the ground, stating that he does not know anything about it. However, he suspects that someone from the past dealt with those who are out of prison and have some information. They ask Dan what happened. Dan said that 5 years ago, a participant, recently released from prison, successfully passed the rank increase. One man did not want to admit defeat, but during his test, he caused him a deep wound, which left a noticeable scar. That man still could not forget his frantic smile. By this point, he had no idea that it was somehow related. Jax assures everyone they have no other way out. He convinces everyone that their task is to find the killer and find out the truth. The guy mentioned the rare gift of empathy. It is a special ability that can be applied to an opponent who has experienced deep injuries in the past. It requires considerable energy costs, but allows you to dive into the thoughts and feelings of the enemy, as well as to get information about him. At the same moment, the jungle rolled a shrill cry. The man grabbed his head and shouted, gladly demanding to stop. One of his comrades ran to him, worried about what had happened. Soon, another team member joined them and repeated the same question. The strand with strands, decorated with tassels, notes that this man, as always, behaves in his own manner. He claims that he tried to skillfully influence the thoughts of the guilt master. The third member of the group is interested in, what exactly does it mean? The man wondered if someone at all guessed that they were using empathy. His friend does not believe in what he heard and asks how it could happen. The man only spreads his hands. He has no answer. Then the third companion suggests that the leader of the guild probably resorted to a psychological attack, and she wondered, could anyone learn about their concept of conspiracy against Gin? He claims that there has been an emergency. The man insists that all the murderers who are in the maze are collected together. According to him, they should handle James. The man insists that the mercenary reassures his partner. However, he just sighs and confesses. It is too difficult to cope with it. The man begins to talk about Jinko in an adverse tone, and then he is interested in how his detachment is able to move so rapidly to the attack. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a loud roar. Something unusual happens nearby. They look and see the reason why Verna rushes in the direction. One of the mercenaries is angry. Another mercenary with careless hair is approached for a partner who has just been attacked and sharply orders him to get up. The partner pushed the man and shouted angrily so that they did not approach him. Angry Overna exploded with a roar and rapidly rushed to the detachment of mercenaries who were desperately trying to cope with this difficult situation. The man with a gesture points to his partner and insists that they will have to leave him. There is no other way out. His companion is worried about it. Do they really leave him so much? However, the man only sighs and adds that Jay has extraordinary empathy, and without it, they will not be able to get information from the guild. The captured mercenary raises his voice, stating that opponents would still deal with Jay. He calls whether a man is really ready to risk everyone for the sake of one person. The mercenary with squat hair stands at the crossroads, trying to make a difficult choice. He swore, looked uncertainly at Jay, and then decided to leave him. In the end, he apologizes to his friend. Jay is still sitting on the ground, sobbing constantly. Suddenly, Wide's wing rises. The monster grabs him jaws. All other mercenaries were running away, hoping to find at least some shelter from the fierce monsters. At that moment, the mercenary in the hood was angry with the curse, severely responding about Jinka. In his soul, he gives himself an inviolable promise. The man firmly decides anything to get Dink. At this point, Dink sneezes unexpectedly. He complains that the 26th floor is cold down to the bones. Then one of his teammates notes that they will go as usual. Dan trembles from the cold and complains that he freezes. The man commands him as soon as possible to pour a healing drink into the monster. Jink is scratching his chin, thoughtfully interested in what it should mean. In response, Dan is amazed. Did he really have not stopped anything? Dan advises that when you cross the icy terrain, you can call a monster that is not afraid of cold and is able to pull the sleigh. In his opinion, it is most intelligent to cause a fiery creature, such as salamander. Dink complains of fatigue, because the instructions do not indicate what they should do. There is no one in their team who could call a monster. Dan asks how they managed to go through this part for the last time. Jink proposes to create an air curtain and advises to take the lanterns for heating. Jin raises the index finger and states with adhesive confidence that their strength and flames overcome any obstacles. Dan is surprised to ask if he is really so serious. It seems to him that the interlocutor specifically provokes both words and actions. Jan spells a fiery spell, and a flame flashes in his palm. The guy is hiding. His skill in the possession of fiery magic has increased recently. He claims that he learned to control the flames more skillfully. Illustrating his words with various fire tricks, the young man notes that it is not so difficult to create heat inside the air curtain. Dan corrects the mask and sighs. There is no other way out, so you have to act that way. Jax assures that everything is fine. He wondering whether Dan has advanced in comparison with yesterday. He advises to concentrate on the support of magic, and Dan will have to look around and be careful. On the 30th floor, the team finally faced the boss of the dungeon. The warriors rushed to the attack, causing a devastating blow to Tokuroi. In the end, the monster got a lot of injuries and gave rise to the ground without giving signs of life. Dan smiles and relieves with relief that the turntable was not so difficult opponent. Dink proposes to make a break and emphasizes that they need to discuss a further plan of action. Dan, a little puzzled, asks what it means. He is wondering why they do not immediately go to the safe area. The meeting with someone outside the prison is not frightened, but the atmosphere of the terrain and the characteristic odor are of concern. Jink reports that the monster will be revived in about an hour. In his opinion, if you cope with it earlier, additional experience and trophies will clearly not be superfluous. Dan smiles, glowing perfectly with Dink and his team. It is a little time, and one of the girls of their group reports that she has already prepared fresh white cow milk and chilled sherbet. But unexpectedly, Dressing's brother turns to Dan. They say, if someone wants, he can get his portion. Dan is surprised to ask whether he has not yet finished with a meal, but the brother is just waving. They say, there is nothing to worry about him. Then Dan insists. They say he must eat, because he still grows and grow. Dan is wondering what a plan of action they have. Jax replies that they will see as if they are looking at a tropical level to crush the enemy from the shelter. Since he has already explored the area, he had the idea to use the features of the surrounding area. Dry Sink warns, almost nothing is visible because of thick trees. But this obstacle also affects the enemies. They also distinguish nothing. The conductor concludes that if you improve the skills of using the radar, it will give them a significant advantage. Dan reminds you should remain careful and not lose vigilance. Dan assumes that even the guild itself does not have complete information about this place. Although he cannot say what abilities they are endowed, but he knows for sure. Those who are in liberty skillfully monitor and skillfully collect the intelligence. Jink is aware that he is hunted. He perceives it as a test of the strength of spirit and endurance. Jake confidently takes a step forward and calls everyone to move on. He reports that a safe zone is waiting for them. The young man confidently states that they will still act unnoticed. When the detachment passed by other dungeons, everyone is watching them closely, even mercenaries who gathered behind the walls of prison. On the 7th day, the whole team went down to the tropical level. While peaceful, comrades Jenkins decided to take advantage of the moment and freshen up in the bath. The girl was genuinely happy about the opportunity to plunge into cool water. Dan approaches his brother Jax and notes that in the storage you can keep a bath and other things. It adds that otherwise all this would have been contaminated for a long time. The guy with a smile replies, that is what his brother took to his bathroom. The long-hair man looked away, thinking that the detainees would not bring here. It seems unlikely that the attack on Janka's detachment was cancelled. Janka notes that the risk of attack is maintained. It has not distracted him for a whole week, so he began to lose his feeling. However, due to the tireless vigilance, its radar level has increased significantly. The young man carefully examines his palm and decides to check what happened. It is hung by all kinds of decorations. Dan approaches the man and is interested in what he does. Dink assures that he is able to feel everything that is in a large radius around. While he used this skill, he remained unarmed, so he asked Dana not to depart from him. The man claims that he understood everything. Jane closes his eyes and begins to activate his ability. All his feelings are exacerbated to the limit. Before him begins to unfold the world, full of new colors and feelings. The hero feels the presence of living beings and captures their emotional state. He warns the team about outsiders who appeared outside the prison and reports that they have blocked the way. He later notes that those whom they saw before are currently absent on this floor. Jack insists that they are doing an important mission because the plan is still working. Dan assumes that they are eavesdropping outside the insulator. Jink notes that this requires a great hearing. Opponents have not yet realized that they have been exposed, so they will not hurry with further actions. Jack smiles and suggests, "You can talk something unpleasant about NADS. Let's check if it will work." Dan in response is fun and agrees. Wonderful thought. After that, Dink, together with the team, again conducted a check and found that the mercenaries who were out of the area of retention were not monitored by their hearing, but carefully watched their eyes. Suddenly, Jink opens his eyes wide and turns away. Nina comes closer and is interested in what happened. In response, Jink says that the mercenaries who came out of control became even more bloodthirsty. Jack suddenly becomes collected and decisive. Now everything will go solely for his plan. He assures that mercenaries who chat outside prison do not bring their eyes off and keep a safe distance. Jack is convinced that they are quite able to defeat the enemy. He proposes to use himself as a bait to lure them. The partner approaches the slice and reports that they will be in love with Nina. That is how they will be able to catch enemies. My brother is wondering how risky it is, whether it is worth considering. Jack assures that if others hide in shelter, nothing will happen. Jack assures that if Nina increases her level, he will quickly surpass Dan's strength. Dan does not want to admit it aloud, though deep inside knows that it is true. He is joked, they say, through his charming spell. Now the main thing is to keep a little more until you help. Jink is undertaken to explain their team tactics. He adjusts his brother so that Esther does not delay a second. He obediently executes the order, quickly pours water, as if skillfully demonstrating the skills in water magic. Dink decided that this water contains a substance created by non-land. This poison, when evaporated, is converted to gas, which shakes mental capacity. The whole detachment took the antidote in advance. Esther tells the brother that they are moving on. Jink agrees. He adds that he will prepare something delicious with Nina. Ginka notes that a strange substance has a slight smell. To break it, Nina burns the fire and takes on cooking. They decide to spread the aroma of dishes through the magic of the wind to suppress the unpleasant smell. Jink realized that they only have to wait patiently until the mercenaries make themselves known. The guy turned to Nina, feeling something unusual and strange in her behavior. Nina confesses that she is frightened by the danger, because they are attacked by people from the outside, beyond this detention center. She did not expect that for the sake of saving his companions, she would have to cross her own principles. However, Jack was well aware. The battle with the monster and a clash with a person are not perceived the same. Dink also took into account what comes from the aristocratic kind, while Nina is a simple peasant girl. Jack smiles and announces that the main thing for them is to take the mercenaries alive. He asks the girl not to interfere and trust him, and the guy advises her to focus only on defense. She carefully looks at her mentor. Nina thanks the Dit and assures that he will do his best too. Suddenly, Jack smiles and announces that the time has come. He says the moment has come to act. It has passed for a while, and with a slight blush on the cheeks, Nina stretches a spoon with a dish, shyly offering him to taste. Janking tastes the dish, then picks Nina into an embrace and with a smile thanks her for her delicious dinner. He jokingly states that he would immediately marry such a mistress, and Nina, as a shy, turns back. The rest of the team watches closely at the theatrical performance, played by Nina and Jinka. The boys do not restrain laughter, and Dan asks what they are doing. Then one of the comrades jokingly says that he has enough of his own radar to calculate the approach of mercenaries outside the prison in advance. The guy notes that not everyone has the opportunity to eat delicious food and fall in the bath. He suggests that these people spent a few days in the jungle, eating a little. In addition, in his opinion, they have not seen women for a long time. The guy notices that the jar has already fallen away from prison. He announces that mercenaries approach them. According to him, rage, famine, and envy are burning in their eyes. Esther notes that because it shed water with substances, everyone began to think hard. But it is even on the hand to the heroes. Drexenex's brother believes that he and Nina have become too fond of. Instead, Dan is proud of his idea, and is convinced that mercenaries have to receive on his merit. Nina notes that the Jinky's face has a stain of the sauce, and gently wipes it with a nose. After that, the Jinky approaches the girl and reports that the mercenaries have almost come close. The Jack's partner is raised, showing his location, and states loudly that there is certainly a killer among mercenaries. He insists that they should be hit by opponents from the rear. At the same time, Dan orders to move forward. The mercenaries are approaching and immediately noticing Dink. One of them without hesitation throws a scornful replica in his direction. The mercenary with an irritable bandage requires Jennings to stop swaying. He states that they will get his food and wine. The mercenaries are surrounded by a dense ring of Ajinka and Nina, forming a terrible declaring that the duty has come to an end. At that moment, Dink and Nina are strongly accepting combat positions, preparing for the fight. The mercenaries rejoice that they finally handled this guy. One of them is also pleased with the fact that he will soon be able to leave the jungle. Meanwhile, Jink puts on magical jewelry and thinks that Esther and the rest are still suspected of attacking mercenaries. One of the mercenaries points to Nina and orders the rest to keep her hands away. They say she may still be needed in the future. One of the boys, licking his lips, notes that if you look closely, Jinka has a fairly attractive face. Already in his thoughts, he is making plans for Jinka. But suddenly he is alarmed. It seems to him that mercenaries have finally crazy because of the poison. All the mercenaries rushed forward to break Nina and Jin. Jin rushed forward, covering the girl with her body. Without hesitation of a second, he lightly hit one of the mercenaries. However, in the midst of the clash in his head, the enemy thought that to change something too late. At this point, another mercenary is ruthlessly poured on the guy from behind. Jack rotates sharply and instantly intercepts the blow of the mercenary, skillfully putting the block. The man calls for a fiery ball that flashes in his palm, and rapidly launches her towards the mercenary. Another mercenary is rapidly approaching the Jinka, preparing to strike him. He waves with a sword, but at this moment Jack jumps up and drills an opponent with a piercing look. The hero instantly jumps on the enemy and causes him a powerful blow. At the same time, Nina rushes to one of the mercenaries and strongly beats him on his leg. From frantic pain, it does not restrain the cry. The girl acted with striking determination. She was already swinging, getting ready to strike another blow, but suddenly someone grabbed her from behind. The girl screamed. Jink turned sharply and exclaimed from surprise. He noticed one of the mercenaries grabbed Nina, immobilizing her. The girl's eyes expanded with horror. The mercenary leaned to the girl's face and strictly ordered her not to resist. He coldly stated that she deserved punishment. He advises her to blame Jinka. He decided to have a little fun with the captive before he finally deal with her. Jack has already rushed to the mercenary, intending to pull him away from the girl. But it was at this moment that Nina cast a bursting look at her husband and shouted at Ginny sharply so that he did not worry about her. Nina strikes the man, forcing him to scream with pain, and then sharply repels him from herself. The girl breaks on the swearing. The man falls on the ground and is no longer raised. At that moment, Nina does not hide the disgust for the unpleasant stench. She speaks sharply about her husband. Suddenly, another mercenary appears behind the girl. With his sword ready, he thought the insidious blow. The girl sharply turns and threw in a man with a water ball. He is just beginning to cough, and she already grabs him for her hair. The heroine is aptly beating the knockup of the knee on the face. Likely crying, she warns the mercenaries not to come closer. Jink watches the girl with surprise. It's hard to believe that she causes such fear. With desperate courage, she rushes into battle with the rest of the mercenaries. The nail with a bandage on the eye is indignant that Jink and Nina are just 2 children. Cursing everything around, he cannot understand why his accomplices are so delayed with their catch. Without noticing the guy that he was pulling behind, the man gets a powerful blow to his head. At the same moment, Dan and Esther run out from behind the bushes. Dan exclaims that the mercenaries are preparing. They are about to attack them here. The mercenaries are amazed. They cannot believe that Nina's DTA had help all this time. The Jack detachment skillfully took the mercenaries in the ring. Esther swirled the spear, collapsing several opponents together. Meanwhile, Dan continuously wielded his swords, drawing shots. The mercenaries collapsed on the ground, choking on the screams of pain. And Dan, smiling, feels joy, because thanks to Genov, his body became surprisingly easy. The heroes overcame enemies. The partner is wondered if everything is fine with dressing. What he is, with a smile, asserts that he is all right with him. The hero expresses a detachment sincere gratitude for his help, and without balancing, it is necessary to interrogate mercenaries. Nina categorically refuses to even touch them. Jack apologizes to her for leaving her during the battle. A little time passed, and Esther came to her brother, wondering where Nina went. He replied that Nina and Iana went to break the camp. She hurried to leave because she wanted to wash away the dust after her men. Dan just smiled. He understands the desire of the young girl to clean. Meanwhile, Jink noted that the moment came to deal with mercenaries. Jink looks carefully at the associated mercenaries and states that they have many questions. He warns, if they say sincerely, they will all get out of their hands almost unpunished. Finally, he adds that he is not going to mess with them, because he does not want to touch these types. Jink approaches the mercenary with her eyes and insists, so you should drink the serum of truth, so it will all be easier for everyone. The man spit out serum, and Jack looks fiercely at the mercenary. He just smiles and throws a caustic comment to the guy. Esther rapidly runs to the mercenary, and is in all his power to get his spear directly into his knee. The man was engaged in pain, crying out loud. Esther notes that the mercenary is silent. He is interested in his brother, what they plan to do with him. Then, with cold confidence, he assumes that you can, for example, tear his fingers, one at a time. Esther even more stifles the spear in the knee of a man and throws that in order to force someone to speak. It is enough to leave him only his tongue. In response, he offers, "You can use my eye." All merciful mercenaries observe the actions of Esther on their leader and are indignant aloud, demanding that you stop it. Jack cleanses his throat, attracting attention. The man reports that mercenaries are not dealing with Lynn's family. He shares that these people have been taught to tolerate the skill of torture since childhood. According to him, they are able to cause such painful torment so that the victim dies slowly, without losing consciousness from suffering. Jack again casts a close look at the leader of the mercenaries, persistently demanding how much of them. However, he is silent without making a sound. Then Jink turns sharply and goes to the rest of the mercenaries, throwing over his shoulder. They say, still nothing can be done here. Jink grabs a mercenary behind her head. He shooks in a panic, demanding that he be released. Emotions are changing on the face of the mercenary. He tries to guess what Jack will wander further. The man begins to use his fiery magic, gradually raising the temperature. The mercenary begs his head to release his head, but Jink notes, the skin is very thin here, so the skull will soon bake, and the face will get serious burns. He also adds that many other, no less painful ways to cope with them. Jack looks carefully at his comrades and notes that they are as easy to take the lives of monsters as mercenaries. He does not see a special difference between them. Having become even more serious, Jack adds, "If you have to deal with mercenaries," he does not hesitate to do it. The amazed mercenaries were surprised at this guy. The one whose head was holding Ginka began to release, because he was already fine to put everything he knew. Jink weakened the grip and gave him the opportunity to speak. The guy thinks, if it was Jink, what would he do in this situation? He concludes that Nini is better not to see it. Meanwhile, one of the mercenaries shouts at the dress, reporting that the exit from the maze is protected from the outside. Therefore, their detachment companion will not escape. Dan is interested in how to get out of the maze. He decides to open the whole truth to mercenaries, because they did not have any idea. Dan notes that they are now traitors for the guild. He states that the messengers who are staring out of the maze will make them their sentence. Moreover, he warns that their clan is doomed to death. Dan suddenly changes on his face. His voice becomes harsh. All mercenaries are waiting for torture, and later the execution. At best, they are only slaughtering, like real criminals. Looking closely at each of them, the Dan declares that he will be witnessed in court in person, so it is better for them to remain silent and not to call even more troubles. Dreissing expressed the opinion that mercenaries lack the courage and passion to act for the benefit of Nadsar. The young man learned that things made from the maze were massively resold in Nadusar. For the Dunt, it turned out to be much worse than he expected. One of the mercenaries shared that they took advantage of the gift of empathy to get Dan's mind all that they knew about Guild. They seemed to be immersed in his mind. All this is full of bitter irony. He smiles abusively, because Dan voluntarily revealed the secrets of the Guild and his intentions. He tells that after Dan's mental attack, one of his comrades went crazy, and they had to leave him behind. A man cannot understand how that happened. Jin tries to find out if the mercenary could load himself with his own thoughts so much that he eventually lost his sense. He suggests that the way of the truth still affected the mental attack. Dan is wondered if one of the mercenaries was injured because of the same. However, he is just waving. Now it is no matter. And angry, Dan is imprisoned and asks if it all happened to him. Suddenly, Dan beats himself on his face. Jinx shouts to Dan, begging him not to hurt. Jink is firmly taking Dan's hand, noting that he is too relaxed. Then she says that everything is behind. Now you have to make a sentence of mercenaries. Dan breathes hard, trying to hold back his breath and hurry. Jink releases it, stating that if they bring mercenaries to the surface, it will certainly pop out. He is convinced that in this case, the facts will not be able to hide, because the rumors will disperse very quickly. Dan agrees with him, and expresses hope for the better. Then he is interested in how to bring mercenaries to the surface. Asks if they are going to fit them with whips. Jink smiles and assures that they will definitely find a way out. At the same time, someone's voices were heard on the other floor. The detachment in the black raincoats was strongly dealt with by the monsters who dared to attack them. The man noted that 2 hours would pass in 10 seconds. The soldiers instantly took combat positions, focusing on the battle. And here, from the darkness, they are coming to a new opponent. Another out. The detachment directs witchcraft simply to the monster, and it falls to the ground, finally defeated. The team leader smiles happy, thinking about whether the guys were really grabbed by the second detachment. Thanks to the gift of Providence, he does not feel any fear of the magician. Stone gollets were entrusted with cages that were sitting outside the prison. Dan levels with Jink and shares. Now it became clear why the boy needed gollets. Jink decided to build 2 prisons that had to carry the gollets to isolate those who immediately revealed all the secrets from those who resisted during interrogation, for each group of detention were different. The second innovation of the detachment was the addition of a special medicinal product of the non-land family to the drink so that the captives do not lose the clarity of the mind. In this way, Dink wanted some envy to those who were in a better position. But the team crumbled as soon as the mercenaries began to shout the curses. John smiles and notes that Jack has predicted everything to the smallest detail. Meanwhile, Jack looks carefully at the mercenaries and notices that most in their detachment, participants of Class A. He notes that if it were not for his prudence, the problems would not be avoided. Jack even mentioned the moment with the toilet. The main character was not easy, but he still gave them a lingerie with a hiding place. The young man baptized his invention, Diaper, from another dimension. Subsequently, he began to overcome the unpleasant smell, so he had to use the air curtain. There was enough trouble. Esther emphasizes that her brother is special. She confesses that she would not even sleep. Jack smiles and notes that without a huge amount of mana, it is simply impossible. He also reminds his team, the support of the golem still lies on his shoulders. Esther approaches his brother and notes that he should take over the ability to punish the villains. Dan is only waving, they say. It is not necessary to study. The Jinky supports his opinion by agreeing with her husband. John suddenly shuddered at the unexpected feeling. It rotates quickly to the dinner. He immediately confirms that he also felt something strange. The young man states that they are approaching a huge number of people, full of thirst for killing. He recognizes unmistakably, this is the first detachment. Dan turns to the slice, wondering what plan they have and what role he is given. Dink listened carefully to the prisoners and concluded that the greatest threat in the first detachment is the leader of Phobos and Neville. If they manage to overcome these two, the victory will be in their hands. Gin calls Navila the support of the team. In terms of strength, he fits the second detachment more, but he, like Gin, has a rare ability to analyze. The hero reassures his comrades, it is not necessary to worry, because they need to defeat the opponent before he learns their characteristics. Then he goes to talk about the head of the first detachment, Phobos. He notes that Phobos is able to spend all his manu in just a few seconds, but he has the gift to predict the future. The young man adds that thanks to this ability to prophesy a Phobos can almost reach the level S. The first detachment is able to run off the distance. That is why Jink decides to use the magic of water at full force and distributes responsibilities between participants. He proposes not to delay the magician for a long time. It is necessary to overcome it as soon as possible. After that, Ginka passes his glasses, explaining that they are fascinated to analyze the enemy. The first group made their way through the thick thickets of the tropical forest. It was here that Phobos noticed Dan and began to get bored. He was catching whether the guild, which should stay away, supports the magician. Dan reports that the second group posted him all the details. Jax points out that if the first detachment is not a weapon right now, they will not be defeated. He swears to alleviate the suffering for those who agree to cooperate, and begins to wither. Everyone is dying in the intense expectation of something terrible. Phobos holds his hand on his hair, trying to organize his thoughts. It seemed that it was only necessary to get out of the maze. And finally there would be peace. But suddenly his voice acquires threatening notes. He predicts his own death. In response, Jink opens his eyes wide and immediately uses the magic of water. It lifts a huge wave that covers the first detachment. Most of his fighters do not even have time to get rid of. Water avalanche picks them up and demolishes them. When the water recedes, the whole group with tension is selected from the debris. Neville, raging, also tries to get up. Jake instantly strikes the airblade, removing the opponent. The outraged cries of the members of the first detachment are heard to his address, and Phobos, wiping his face with a smile, notes that he could predict it. However, everything happened too unexpectedly. The Phobos lifts the sword, directing him forward, and orders the first detachment to attack the duty and his satellites. He exclaims in a loud voice, "They have two goals, the head of the guild and the children." Dan and Yang rush forward. The man is crying with horror. After that, he, together with John, rushed at the fighters of the first detachment. Jink, loudly shouting the name of Phobos, grabbed his sword and struck. Phobos skillfully evades all attacks. Then Jack tribes a water cylinder treacherously, but this blow does not reach the target. The man has time to evade again. Smiling, Phobos exclaims loudly that his opponent has not been able to hit him. Then he strikes Ginka. He realizes that Phobos sees his maneuvers in advance. Dink recalls how in the second group it was told that the local fencing is not easy. So he decides to demand the opponent, but at that moment, thoughts suddenly return to Esther and Nina, who are located nearby. The first team focused on Nina and Esther without taking their eyes. The girls were intensely waiting for the moment when the enemy went on the offensive. The fighters of the first group looked after them and moved forward, but the wet earth hindered them. Almost the whole team immediately slid and fall one by one. Windmarks are powerless to get up from the earth and fight helplessly in the water. Phobos watches the first squadron with interest, trying to understand what is happening to them. Meanwhile, Jink does not hide a satisfied smile. His heart overflows the joy because of a successful idea. The guy used jelly made of boiled mucus. In the midst of a large wave, he sprayed it around. One of the mercenaries exclaims it is unfair. Esther notes that it was the person who thought of her brother who has now talked about it. Esther attacked the first detachment with a sharp air blade, and Nina, lifting the sword upwards, caused a powerful air vortex. Dan and Yang strongly overthrow the mercenaries face to the ground. Dan, smiling satisfied, announces the DTA that the case is complete. Jink does not slow down in the battle with a Phobos. At some point he looks back, wondering what happened. Jack also asks if Phobos is ready to support his comrades. Meanwhile, Phobos skillfully parts all the strokes of juicing. He was quite aware that he should turn away and Jink would destroy him. Looking for a way to apply a divination in your favor to win, Phobos was in a hopeless circle. Stunned, he froze and rushed to look closely around. Dink appeals to Phobos with a request. Let him look into the future. He is wondering that Phobos opens in the coming days. The Phobos throws the sword, knees and raises his hands behind his head. With a smile murmur that it seems. The second group begs for a mercy, promising to reveal any secrets. It is difficult for them to believe that Phobos gave up so quickly. Esther notes that they already have enough captives and witnesses, so she asks if you can just tie the captured tree. Jax denies, emphasizing that they will still be useful. He turns to Phobos and promises that he is being prepared for the best cage. Soon it is really closed in a strong cage, which is raised by a stone goal. The man adds that only the Phobos will have warm clothes if it suddenly gets cold. Phobos thanks uncertainly, feeling a slight mocking implication in these words. Dink continues to speak and promises to treat the Phobos with water, how much the soul desires. On this, Phobos only mockingly crushing and advises not to worry about him. Meanwhile, mercenaries, locked in cages, are poured on Phobos by curses. And the detachment, together with the stone gullets, slowly head through the forest thicket. John reports that very soon they will get to the safe zone. Returning to the Dit, he is interested in how they are going to explain all this to other clans. Jack proposes to lay out everything as is. In his opinion, even if there are still scouts on the 30th floor, there is always a chance of contact. Jink explains that that is why they have to demonstrate everyone. Everything should be that way. He proposes to try to make a lot of bellies with other clans. Dan assures that they will explain everything. He is convinced that if he describes the events in detail, the leader of Guild Jack will believe him. Jack expresses gratitude and then turns to the team, urging not to annoy other clans. Jink comes across Leon, who is wondering with a smile. Jink is embarrassed and uncertainly scratching the nape. The young man notes that Leon has not seen for a long time. He explains that it is difficult for him to tell right about everything that has happened. It takes a long time from him. Dan approaches Leon and promises to explain everything. Leon instantly recognizes the head of the guild. Dan reports that they hunted Drees Inc., even at liberty, outside the walls of prison. Leon asks in surprise that it should mean. Dan explains that they had to do so, because they are only mercenaries, and real criminals are completely different people. The mercenaries, watching Dan and Leon's intense conversation, grumbled angrily under the nose, confusing to think about how to proceed. Phobos looks carefully at Leon, suddenly opens his eyes wide and notices one of the fighters of the 3rd detachment. He notices that one of them has dissolved among the other clans. Phobos understands perfectly. Gina cannot be allowed to move on. Recognizing that this is their last chance, he already imagines what he will do. At this point, Ding looks around and looks carefully at the Phobos, overflowing with surprise. He looks carefully at that guy, then he turns to the Jinka and says he is in no hurry. Jink is questioned what is happening to the Phobos. Phobos tries to add something, but Jink sharply interrupts it, shouting that if he speaks, everyone is doomed to death. Frightened, he asks whether the guy really uses the prediction. Phobos speaks of Dink in a sharply negative tone. Suddenly, the detachment of Leon is attacked by mercenaries from the 3rd unit, loudly shouting that everyone who will witness awaits the death in the flame. The 3rd group, which was hidden among the warriors of Leon, suddenly pours in adventurers, shouting that witnesses will burn in the flame. The desperate screams of the wounded delve on the surrounding silence. Jin resorts to water magic, lifting a wall from the water, which becomes a reliable shield from the fire. A man from the 3rd detachment is crazy. He prevents loudly, claiming that the Jin is guilty of everything. He shouts that Jean has destroyed his honor outside the walls of prison. Jack looks at this man's suspicion, seeing something unnatural in him. After all, he burned both his comrades and all those who participated in a large tree without reproach. The man did not stop wail, his cry cut the air. At that moment, Jink rapidly jumped to him and struck him. The man immediately rolled his eyes. He fell to the ground. Dan orders the detachments to catch everyone who has remained at large. In a moment, the units rushed to grasp the mercenaries. IP, angry, asking how they dared to do it, ordered to destroy anyone who dared to resist. Jin broke into a cry, demanding that Jan rescued Leon, who was lying on the ground. Without hesitation, Jan rushed to the Jinka, turning to Esther and Nina with a call to help. Jack looks carefully at Leon and understands how naive was. He did not take into account what a person who is despaired by a person could decide. If he predicted a similar course of events, the majestic tree would remain intact. Meanwhile, the battle is flaring between them. The mercenaries run up to Dan and ask him to stay for a moment. They feverishly assure that although they received freedom, they knew nothing about murder. Being entrusted to trust, they desperately persuade the hero in their non-involvement. Dan also assumes that they were simply used in others' interests. Dan insists, if they do not want to be accused, they should be helped to return others up. He also asks them to refrain from hiking to the maze. Dan proposes to complete the tasks for which you need to go to the maze. He remembers simple work, analysis of objects and cleaning. The man notes that they have no money at all. Mercenaries apologize and give gratitude for your help with the help of magic and potion. Leon approaches the dit and reminds that they are experienced adventurers who are able to stand up for themselves. He throws that they relaxed just when it was least appropriate. Dan apologizes and insists that all the wounded rise to the surface and witness events. Leon expresses his willingness to help, but when addressing Dan, he notes, "Beyond the prison, forgive him." Leon is also wondering why they needed that circle. Dan slowly rotates, turns the eyes of captive mercenaries, and notes that their guilt is even more important now. He is wondering what punishment is waiting for them this time. The man recalls how valuable information was stolen, and realizes that it will inevitably have serious consequences. All the detachments, along with the ghouls and mercenaries, move to the surface, stepping on the icy floor. Jink did not allow the fire to go out on his palm, warming the space around. There is also a fire in the cage of mercenaries. All this time, Phobos, frozen, was smoking in his cage. At the exit, they were met by knights. The commander-in-chief approached Yank and asked how they got here. The guy replied that everything had passed well, and sincerely thanked for the warm reception of his detachment. Mercenaries with tears of joy celebrate their salvation without hiding the relief from what has been survived. The commander-in-chief carefully inspects them, and is interested in whether there are those who are suspected of conspiracy but have not yet been taken into custody. Jink carefully inspects mercenaries and notes that they assured that they have a relationship to the country of Nadam. He tells that a battle broke out because of this, that many people were killed. But even after all, in his opinion, the witnesses have enough. The commander smiles and assures that the prisoners will be questioned and will continue to understand them. Therefore, he turns to the Deet, wondering whether he wants to put all the details in the guild in a day. The guy agrees. The commander-in-chief noted that their detachment was exhausted, so he allowed them to rest. Jax is mounted on the bed and thoughtfully shared the memories of the difficult way and miraculously got alive from a protracted battle. Nina smiles and jokes that after the night in a sleeping bag, the bed seems even softer. Jink answers her with the same smile and shares. The whole team worries that she will be unattended. He assures that they are now in the most reliable and cozy hotel. Jan winks to his comrades and throws, "The country thank them with housing. They can live here for a whole month." Jan adds that he is quite suitable for this option, given the circumstances and the rates. Esther emphasizes that no one had an attack. He then mentions Dan's case and the use of truth serum. John, having rushed his brother, reminds that there are many things ahead, so he advises everyone to go to bed. Everyone agrees with his proposal. The next day, Jack meets with Daniel Pank, the Duke of the Kingdom of Cologne. After the greeting, Daniel gladly expresses his pleasure with the Jinnum and notes that he is in charge of their business while they are at large. At that moment, Jack is excited, because it is a very influential person. It is a little confused. He replies that he is also glad. Dan leisurely bites the cookies and with a smile assures, "A man is friendly, so no extra ceremonies are needed." Daniel smiles and assures that there is no reason for anxiety. Dink, hesitation, supports the conversation with this man. However, the tranquility seems to him too cold and bold. Daniel adds that they both come from the noble kind of Duke of Vonka. Dan modestly notes that it belongs to a poorer branch of this family. Dan shares his story. He is the fifth son of a concubine who had no money to study in his childhood. His young years passed among the fields, where he held only a sword in his hands instead of books. Daniel says that he studied the basics of management since childhood, and was the owner of Dan's parents. It was he who united everyone, keeping his family together. Daniel continues the story, remembering that Dan was disobedient from birth. According to Daniel, the guy was always distinguished by wasteland. But even so, despite this, the Fona's family saw in it a remarkable shaky and decided to take it from the vassals. Daniel says Dan opposed this decision. When the boy turned 12, he suddenly disappeared. Dan recalls how he began to travel Hamil as an adventurer, and later opened his own business. Daniel confesses that he is now threatened with dismissal. He appeals to Dan to give up his idea and return to them, assuring that there will be more than one worthy position for him. However, Dan quickly refuses, believing that he will not be able to bring any benefits. Daniel, looking at Dana, states that he is not going to give up. In his words, there is a determination. Meanwhile, Jink appreciates men with a look and thinks, Duke Vonka seeks to return Dana. But will he be able to take all responsibility if it happens? Dan insists that it is time to complete the conversation about him. Daniel reports that all the evidence has already been transferred to court. He is interested in how the participants plan to proceed with other people involved. Jink is convinced that the best way out is to eliminate them so that they do not leave them any chance of revenge. Dan tells that after interrogations and abuse, all the participants' property outside the detention center was selected. He is convinced that these things will be sold soon, and the proceeds will be handed over to the big tree. The man adds that after that they will officially be sentenced in court. Jacking is how Patnella's Marquise is doing, assuming that he is still trying to get as much information about them as possible. Daniel smiles and assures that there is nothing to worry about. He has already been taken into custody. The man explains that the noble marquises tried to capture their servants, so that is why Daniel was arrested. Daniel tells that it was worth the Marquis to tear a few nails, as he immediately issued all the secrets of Rosalt and other aristocrats. The man adds, unlike other detainees, Patnell did not have any valuable information, so his fate will be decided after punishment. Daniel, having corrected the glasses, notes that many years of Nadsar aggression, an attempt to abduct the Drasinka and Russell spy actions, caused considerable damage to the country. He reports that the King of the Circle decided to strike Nadsar and Russell. He heard stunning the characters. Jake can't understand why he attacked. Daniel believes that it was only a performance for the audience. He adds that Pat Neela's corpse was already sent to Rosalina. Jack claims that they need to attract the highest rate, Hamila. He thinks that after the removal of Dan from office, we'll have to urgently look for a new head of the guild. Daniel approaches the rack and is interested in his well-being. He apologizes for delaying the interlocutor, and then notes that certain things remained out of conversation because of Dan's presence. On what he just waits, they say, everything is fine. Daniel recalls that Dan's earlier ask to visit the Fonga. He is convinced that for a man it is a real test. Just this does not show it on people. Daniel believes that this is not easy now, because he is expelled from the guild and deprived of the status of an adventurer of rank A. He warns, if they do not find a similar position for Dana, detractors will certainly begin to make fun of him. He claims that in addition to Dan, many famous people have also stolen information. Jack agrees with him, but only emphasizes Danov. He emphasizes that Dan is an extremely skilled fighter, so he does not understand why he was eliminated. Suddenly, the hero flashes and states that one idea has just come to his mind. Jake smiles and declares that he plans to establish his own clan. Daniel is curious about whether he really conceived it. Jake assumes the role of the founder and leader, and Dana defines the initial level participant, promising to make it a kind of punishment for him. Jack says we can turn to His Majesty asking for amnesty. He believes that we can soften the sentence. Daniel smiles and says that in such circumstances it is sure to sign the petition. If their names appear among the signatories, it will make a much more impression. Already going to go, he promises to report the result in a few days. Jack replies that he will wait for his news. In a few days, Dan appears. He warmly welcomes everyone and is represented by a regular traveler. Having caught Jinko with a vigilant look, Dan with a wicked modesty states that he will be pleased to serve his clan. However, Jink immediately breaks him, warning not to stop the limit. Daniel only laughs in response. Daniel notes that thanks to the request of Dan without much hesitation, he pleaded guilty and avoided punishment. However, he is now forced to join the clan for the next 5 years. Daniel adds that the guild did not want to lose such a man as Dan. Hearing this, Dan turns away and crosses his hands on his chest. Then Dan says that he independently resigned to prevent even greater problems. Jink is wondering if you should choose a new head of the guild in such a situation. 2 girls approach them. Daniel announces that Kemma will temporarily manage until the new manager is found. He adds, they say, the decision, because Kemi is the wife of a famous adventure seeker, Alpha. The woman ironically points out that everyone has already forgotten. The angry Dan explodes and sharply orders him to silence. Dan finally calms down and thanks to them. He notes that Dink and Daniel have already done so much for him. Jim notes that Dan looks surprisingly soap when he is awkward. Jink wondered if someone had any ideas or desires. Maybe they want to do something together. He then asked Dan, asking him to be confused that the clan still has no name. He agreed to help resolve this issue. Then Dan asked the Dan to help raise the skill of the maids to the capital's standards, because they definitely need a leader. Diocese notes that if you go with your things to the reservoir, everything will definitely work out as best you can. Dan asks whether it is the same place where he has found many magical stones and agrees to help in this matter. The aristocrats themselves sold the house for nothing, because they had some problems with custody, which made them go to such an agreement. Jax confesses that his pockets are empty, because he spends money all the time, helping others. Daniel just smiles in response and emphasizes that first of all you need to understand the question of release from custody. During the meeting, the word for testimony was given to the Zinka. Jack, standing in the middle of the courtroom, says that when he searched on the tropical floor of the maze, he accidentally heard how they conspired about a plan of capture. The young man wept and feverishly tries to convince everyone of his fears. Dan barely restrains laughter watching this scene. Jan and Nina are shyly distracted, embarrassed in front of each other. Daniel is confused and does not know how to react. Esther, with an uncertain smile, assures that they did nothing wrong. The judge announces that due to many years of attacks on the kingdom of Kula, a decision was made. He lists cruel punishment for criminals, and adds that they are being sentenced to life-hard labor as slaves. All viewers exclaim in one voice that the mercenaries have well prepared such a fate. The man in the armor begins to scold mercenaries, pouring bitter words and curses on their heads, wishing them only evil until the end of their days. Jank notices a stranger and is immediately interested in who it is. Dan looks at the man and explains that in front of them is the head of the clan himself. The stranger gives Juzank a mysterious smile. Dan claims that his name is Howard. The hero looks closely at the interlocutor, narrowing his eyes. Dan tells us that the man's name is Howard, and he is the owner of the forces called the Claim of the Messenger. Jack looks carefully at the man, thinking whether the spear is indeed his main force. Jink notes that the opponent's round ability is much higher than the length of his sword. He is aware of his doom to defeat and recognizes that the speaker is an extremely dangerous opponent, as well as Esther. However, Jack did not even plan to go into battle with him, so he decides not to worry. Howard looks at the dress, barely smiles, and cheerfully giggling, raises his hand. He orders his people loudly to bring sake. The crowd immediately explodes with joyful exclamations. Howard immediately adds that tears spilled on freedom will become a wonderful snack for him. The man suddenly radiates an even greater threat and goes to mercenaries. He slips on them before talking. Did they think about their actions? And then he adds that he received some information with... The man puts his palm on the shoulder of one of the mercenaries and sincerely apologizes that they had to endure. He confesses that he is also painful to hurt others. Howard proposes to forgive mercenaries if they pay a double amount this month. The mercenary agrees and thanks the man for his affection. Howard deliberately came to court. He states that he seeks to demonstrate his power to others. Dan is convinced that the messenger got all the advantages of him. This, he said, is the essence of the clan. None of his relatives has ever made a single complaint against him. Another mercenary is drawn to the hall. Tired of side, Dan notes that his turn is now. Jink adds sarcastically, Guildmaster, who was released through the leakage of information, has happened too easily. Dan confirms everything. He was ashamed to stay among the guilds, so he decided to set up the duties of the head. After these words, the young man appeals to the head of the clan to accept him. Jim sincerely hopes nothing will happen to Dan. Meanwhile, Dan turns to the man and asks what it means. He is wondering if he had enemies and whether he was really loved when he headed the guild. Dan notes that such a punishment does not seem difficult to him. Jax warns that if someone is doing an unworthy act, the guard immediately arrests it. Dan nods. He was clear. He decides that the interlocutor is trying to reassure him, assuring that everything will be fine. Dan thankfully thanks. The events are transferred a few days forward. Dan felt a bitter shame. Everyone was tied to a pillar right in front of the guild. This is how those who have lost the trust of the hunting guild are punished here. Esther is concerned about his brother, wondering if nothing will happen. Jink looks at Dana and assures that everything must go quietly. Jinka was concerned about the idea that Howard could be quite close, not Maze. In addition, he heard rumors as if he had sheltered some of the former prisoners. When Jink decided to check these suspicions, it turned out that Howard was busy. So, Jin temporarily presented Danny a ring fascinated by the magic of the wind. He already suspects that this story is somehow related to a large tree and harp. He does not leave the feeling that something is quite suspicious here. At this point, Esther distracts his brother and attracts his attention. Meanwhile, mercenaries with bags in their hands came to the pillar. Recently, Howard was strictly punished, and the guy was surprised to follow what they thought. Nabymen quickly got weapons from bags. Jax and Esther were outlined. Meanwhile, mercenaries began to rake their weapons in Denia. Dan watched the weapon flies up simply on him, and immediately activated the ring, creating an air shield. The blade froze in the air, stopping just a few centimeters from his body. The mercenaries scream at a man, accusing him of cowardice because of the use of magic. They insist that Dan has to bear a well-deserved punishment. However, the man stops them, and Dink reminds everyone that during a slight punishment, it is strictly forbidden to rush something in the culprits. Jax notes that according to the rules of the guild, Dan has the right to counter such pranks. He emphasizes that in the eyes of all mercenaries openly violate the established order, and therefore, these so-called respectable messengers openly oppose the guild itself. The mercenary apologizes and, when addressing Gin, is wondering whether the 5th rank of Mr. Gin, the boarder, passes. After all, to resort to threats by the crowd, too recklessly on his part. Mercenaries assure that they have nothing to do with the envoy. They discuss how Howard released them, and say that now free adventurers. Jink is only suspiciously shaking his eyes. Ginks notes that they are good, that they did not come here under the sign of the messenger. He assures that if they had created problems for the envoy after being released from custody, trust would be finally lost. This makes you mention the strict rules and responsibilities that operate in this organization. The mercenaries begin to annoy and are strongly heading to Jinka. However, they are restrained by that guy. Training reports that a few days ago, the messengers bought all the damaged swords and spears. Therefore, he carefully asks whether the same crippled blades were thrown into Dana. They say they stored with these weapons, planning to sell it after escaping from the clan. Jinka enthusiastically examines the variety of weapons decomposed before him. Higo confesses that although he is just beginning to master new types of weapons, it is not easy for him. John jokes, suggesting to explore in the stores that the participants of the messenger purchased. He adds that they say, because they were not them, it is not necessary to participate in the assessment. Their abilities and weapons were inappropriate. Dean notes that if it all depended on them, they would have managed. The leader of the mercenaries orders the exit. Jink instructs to collect all the garbage. Howard confesses that Dan was always right. It seemed to him that he would be able to take the opportunity. But at that moment, he was grabbed by his head and all his strength was hit by the table. Howard raises the man's head and notes that he had completely different intentions. Howard, with annoyance, notes that the mercenary chased him in front of Jink. He is now annoyed by the idea that Fank will soon start interfering with their affairs. Watching all this, other mercenaries are talking to each other. Now on the side of the mercenary, not only Enchander, but also the Duke himself with a master of weapons. One of the mercenaries notes that if the messenger intervenes in this case, the consequences will no longer be avoided. The other asks how to proceed. But the first annoyingly replies that he is about to interrogate Jinka with special cruelty, and he liked this entertainment. Meanwhile, in the house of the Jinko Jano clan, he approaches the young man and reports the news. Jinka is wondering what happened. Yang tells him that he was banned from appearing in a city weapons store. Jinka looks at him in surprise and asks what it means. He tells that Jan walked the village, asking the envoy, but everyone he met was frightened and persistently asked him to leave. They were probably intimidated or threatened. Jinch first considered Howard to be inappropriate, but soon became convinced of his mistake. It seems to him that rivals plan to block their weapons supply. Jack suspects that they want to drive them into a dead end, depriving them of the opportunity to buy the necessary supplies. Yang assures that weapons and equipment can be purchased without interruption through his father's chamber, so there should be no difficulty. Jack agrees with her husband, noting that there are enough influential merchants outside Hamel. He is convinced that even the messenger is not able to cover everything. The genre becomes more serious and notes that it is too risky to leave everything as it is. He thinks thoughtfully whether it is impossible to make the messenger lose the opportunity to move. Jan's eyes suddenly open. He thinks a brilliant idea. He proposes to seek help for folk. Jink claims that Young still remains a villain. Young disagrees with this, believing that he is far from the perfect Gink. Meanwhile, the maid appears with tea and asks that it has filled the room for a strange, dark energy. 3 days later, she reports that the same envoys became a source of inspiration. A crowd gathered on the street to discuss events lively. All shared the latest rumors, excitedly talking. People could not believe heard and convinced each other that it was just a fiction. One of the women heard that Lord Hamel himself was among the convicts to death. First of all, friends appealed to the Duke of Fanga to spread rumors, successfully splashing the truth with fictions. This clan already had bad fame, and thanks to Howard's gossip, it became almost impossible to find fans. Jink already knew about the stormy pranks of Howard. Jack also resolved the issue with a weapons store. He will now take care of the Duke of the background. Jack believes that in such circumstances, the messengers are unlikely to be able to press on it. Weapons were created by Maid using alchemical magic. They enjoyed the process of this process, because weapons made them a joy. Thanks to their hard work, the magic reserve has increased significantly. Jax reports that they are returning to the capital. He also notes that this is a special proposal from the Duke, who made the decision to participate in the ceremony of declaration of war, Royal Rosalt. Dan, reminiscent of his belonging to the Jinka clan, asks whether he should be accompanied by Jax. Jink notes that everything is calm now, but it does not exclude the possibility that the messengers can still visit to take revenge. The young man appeals to Dana to stay in Hamel as a linactory, supporting the leader of the guild. Dan and Jink look into the city. The silence violates Dan, suddenly asking if Jink is going to go to war. Dan notes that the state will certainly try to assign its power. He also remembers that the guy saved his life and helped him much, so he would not want to express such things. Dan believes that Jack is still too young to force himself to fight. For a while, Jack reached the royal capital. His attention was immediately attracted by a large number of royal guards, which flooded the streets. It seemed that the whole city was in the resolution of military preparations. The king welcomes the young man and apologizes for calling him immediately after arrival. Jink also seeks to find out as much about this war and participate in it. He carefully inspects the office and high-ranking persons present. The king believes that Jack has already received the award from the guild, but this will be personally from the state. The servant approaches him and solemnly submits a scroll. Jin is handed hems as a sign of respect. In addition, he is given the right to raise the status of his servants Nina and John to the level of common people. Jack had no illusions about the Duke of Fanka. He expected such behavior. So, when a man fulfilled the Junk's request, he only satisfied it for himself. Jax believes that Nina and Jan are already sufficiently suffered. He hopes to return them to the usual status of ordinary people. It seems to him that when he returned, he will remove the magic of conquest. In his thoughts, Jax is sincerely grateful to the king for the chance. Dink also wanted to ask the same for Esther and Elsa, but he was aware. Now both circumstances and time were completely unsuccessful. After all, extraordinary instability prevails in Rosalt. Instead, the king goes to discuss the state of affairs in neighboring countries. He reports that between the kingdoms Rosalt and Nazar, whose alliance has recently broken up, war flakes. The state is already charging the army to 2 border cities, one of which is a Cardado bordering Rosalt lands. Only will announce the beginning of hostilities. The army will be ready for the offensive. The man adds that the border of the Cuerdo distinguishes the river. At this point, Jink is wondering whether everything is calm in the city, whether nothing is unusual among people. Daniel reports that they firmly strengthen their positions along the river, and the kingdom of Rosalt is now occupied by war with the king. so there are no large-scale battles in that direction in the near future. The man notes that the Icy Kingdom only leaves the adventurers and children who have escaped from Russell. Nazar has already seized a third of the lands of Rosalt, so one should not assume that the advantage is on his side. Jink is wondering who is about. The man continues, talking in detail about the weaknesses of each side. In his opinion, for the state it is a favorable coincidence of circumstances. He raises his hand, squeezes her into his fist, and solemnly states that Rose Salt has already been defeated. The troops in this city are devastated by a deadly plague. The king assures that now their army will go there and defeat enemies with one blow. The king notes that there is one difficult task that can only be solved through Dink. Daniel says that to combat the plague in Roast, they prepared many potions and drinking water in advance. But magical bags, so that all this is enough, is already missing. That is why Daniel asked that man to establish mass production of magical bags. She assured that if he agrees, they will buy all such bags for a good price. Dink thinks and recognizes that it is quite real. He asks, if magical bags are used to transport things, why then carry water with you? Why not just create it with water magic? After all, he said, even ordinary warriors have enough mana to provide themselves with drinking water. The king insists that in military battles, mana stocks are of great importance. Even a tiny portion of this energy can save the life of a warrior, and the ability to create manu is not inherent in everyone. He nods, confirming this, but puts his own demand. The king asked what the condition is. Jink notes that the real connoisseurs of accessories are travelers and traders from the laborer. He is well aware that no country has a monopoly on such things. The guy adds that he would like the king to agree to sell half of everything he will make, to ordinary people. The king agrees, promising to take responsibility and fulfill everything properly. Ginka sincerely thanks him. Daniel proposes to complete the discussion of the invasion of Rosalto. He now decides to move on to Nazar. The man reports that the Bernhard necromantic family is now in Nazar. Daniel notes that Bernhard is known for its long history, closely intertwined with the Nazar royal family. A family that terrifies all enemies is considered to be the main trump card of the kingdom. About 100 of its members have the art of necromance. The family gives birth to as many children as they can, and educates among them who have a vicinity of necromantia. At present, they have 8 impeccable necromants. He is convinced that the power of the quantity is able to defeat them, but the army will not be able to bypass the extent of the victims. Jink has realized that fighting with necromants will always be difficult as long as there are dead in the world. Let the rotting bodies or just skeletons. To control them as skillfully as alive will not work. But the most surprising is that they almost do not use magic. Jink was well aware. You can win them only in 2 ways: to crush the dead or destroy the necromant himself. But it is worth getting rid of one dead man, as another will be replaced. Therefore, it was likely that they would have to face a powerful corpse in battle. One of the nobles notes that if the king with his army show patience and wait, then the rescue will be the depletion of the stocks of the necromant man. However, he adds, it is important not to forget about the number of soldiers who have already fallen by the hands of this sorcerer at that time. The king turns to Jax in his opinion. He explains that he tried to avoid open collision, intimidating enemy soldiers with magic. At the same time, they can burn enemy supplies and a provision during unexpected night raids. Daniel believes that serious exhaustion and constant loss are able to finally undermine the morale of all Nazar soldiers. The king smiled quietly, and then admitted, it is a right and fully realized thought. He proposed to add Drasinka's proposal to the general action plan. In addition, he sincerely apologized for his hasty request to Yanko immediately to make accessories. Ginki humbly executes the king's order, returns home and takes the creation of jewelry. The time is over, and in the end, he manages to make more than 1,000 accessories. The maid enters the room and reports that Alexander appeared from the dragon. The young man wondered what reason he visited them. It is known that the organization, the Tears of the Dragon, operates in the royal capital since their appearance here. He asks what he wants. Alex greeted the slice, noting that their meeting was quite unexpected after such a long separation. It even seemed to him that the guy had grown up. In response, Jink was congratulated and confirmed. In fact, a long time has passed since their last meeting. He asked with interest what happened. Alex tells what he heard. Jack is going to create a clan. Therefore, he came. Asks the dummy to take them. Alex is grateful to this man for his help in the past. After that, he is interested in what opinion is Jink about him. Jin seeks to attract more participants, so he agrees to the proposal. Those who used Alexa will now go to Zinc. He intends to conclude a magical agreement and assures that he will be able to cover all the costs. Thus Guy agrees to these conditions. Jack has wondered if Alex is familiar with the Sacred Flame. The man replies that he has a good relationship with them. He also reports that with them he is going to join this war against Rosalto. Alex looks around and reports that he is going to explore the maze of Gamilla. He is indifferent to Rosalt, but despite this, he does not forget that it is his native land, so he does not want to fight. Jack believes that the Adventurers Guild is now actively gaining mercenaries. It seems to him that Alex is clearly not delighted. Jink is convinced that it is better to visit the City of Labyrinths a little later. He explains that there is now a real war with a powerful clan called Gonets. Jack warns that if Alex goes with them, he will probably be involved in these dangerous events. Alex is asking whether that is really the case. Jink confirms his assumption and adds that the Duke Falk will understand everything himself. Therefore, it is best to postpone the study of the maze for later. The weapon that Jack manufactures in his workshop is supplied daily by the Duke of Vonku at a very favorable price. Now the gunman is thriving and Dressing offers the next day to deal with the documentation. Alex supports this idea. In a few days later, in Korkashi, the king passed the sentence to mercenaries. He announced that they tried to steal the magician who settled in their country, and without permission invaded the stakes. According to the king, all these actions are difficult. The king raises his hand and states that the invasion of spies from the Kingdom Nazar, performed by order of people outlawed, is considered a crime. After that, the man begins to methodically deal with mercenaries. It is embarrassed by frantic fury and madness, he declares the war of Nazar and Rosal. So the war broke out provoked by the appearance of a slice. Kulkil's army was commanded by Brando, who took care of him. As the commander provided, the Rosalto troops under the leadership of Nazar quickly surrendered. Earl Brand has mastered the city of Card without a fight. Jin arrived in Brando Mansion. He was met by boys, descendants of a knightly family. Jin exchanged greetings with them. The young man wondered how Chris felt. Roy and Louis, the other two twin brothers from the Goose family, also greeted the Drasinka. They met Jinka while studying at the magic faculty, because they attended classes together. Jack has wondered if they were affected by the Marquise. The boys assure that everything is fine with them, because they managed to get protection. Then John asks for what reason they are here. Both answer that they are going to join the army. Chris asks whether Jack wants to find out about his father's army and carrot information. The guy replies that he wanted this conversation. Chris tells that his father took away all the weapons and property of Rosalt residents who did not leave the city. As soon as the nobles and gardeners are grabbed, they will immediately be sentenced to public execution. Jink is aware that it is an extremely tragic and bitter finale for the defeated. Chris continues. Ordinary people remain eternal slaves of the aristocracy that holds power with pegs. It is added that when these children grow up, they will be waiting for the same fate of common people. Zinc notes that if you keep everyone in conquest, the productivity of the whole society will inevitably decline. After the war, the brothers, together with the aristocracy, will go to the Rue, the capital of the kingdom. Having captured the main city, they intend to defeat Rosalt and Nazar's troops. After thinking about their next steps, the brothers decided to direct their way to Nazar. Chris is glad that he can be near his father. He feels alive and really important when he has the opportunity to change something for the better. However, soldiers who are in the thick of events often annoy. In the meantime, Chris turns to the Ducher, wondering what he wanted. Jack replies that they have a matter to discuss.